Hey there, Knicks fans. How you doing? It is your boy Jonathan Macri with you for draft night in the NBA, and I am joined by a person. I reached out to Andrew Claudio not a while ago, and I was like, "We're going live for draft night, and Chris is going to be with me, right?" And those were my two requests: live for draft night, even though the Knicks didn't have a pick, because it's the right thing to do. We must anticipate all things, and something might happen. Maybe something will happen. We'll see. But I needed Chris here with me for a few reasons. One, you're a handsome young man, obviously. And two, you know more about, pick any one of the players that are likely to get taken in either of these two rounds. Pick any one of them, and you know more about that one player than I know about these players collectively. So, I need you tonight, Chris. Not going to lie. I need you tonight.
Hey, man. It's awesome to be here. Thank you for joining me up on stage and hanging out tonight. I strongly believe that KFS fans would want to know about this draft, even if Leon Rose had put out a statement this morning saying we are by all means and unequivocally not acquiring a pick in the 2023 NBA draft. The Knicks Film School fan base is a group of people who want to be educated about the NBA as a whole, which is why I love them all. So, I figured this was like the right thing to do because they'd want this coverage, and I'm glad that they do. It's awesome to be here as the draft guy. It's cool.
Well, not to get into it too much right now, but part of my philosophy always with KFS, and you know this because we've had many conversations about it, is that it's impossible to be an informed fan of the Knicks or any team for that matter unless you know about the league. And this is the biggest night of the year, of every year, for the league, because it is how rosters. It's like, I don't know, is that even, I would say even more so than free agency, because free agency, it's like, yeah, there's trades, you might sign a player, you might sign a couple of players, but the machinations of draft night can literally redefine multiple franchises for the course of the next 5, 6, 7 and more years. I don't know why I just thought of all of the tweets about Phoenix's picks that are going out the window today. But yeah, no, it's a big.
You got to start. Listen, here's what I'll say about Phoenix: start going to Scarlett's gym class every day
and see the next Suns draft pick,
because listen, man, he could be in that gymnasium.
What year is it right now? It's 2030. It's 8 years. I mean, who knows what the age limit will be in 8 years? Maybe it's 18. Maybe it goes down to 18. So yeah, what grade are you? 10 years old, I guess. She's not that far away. You laugh, but she's
fourth.
Not. Yeah, no, couple of years. Anyway, so what we're gonna do tonight, obviously, is we're gonna take you through the draft. I have the draft on my television in front of me. The San Antonio Spurs have oh wow, the pick is shockingly, the Spurs did not need their entire allotted time to make that. Did you see, I don't think these existed. Did you see any casino taking bets on not the Spurs would take someone other than Wembanyama?
Yeah. So
seriously?
There was Wembanyama, and then you couldn't bet other options. It's just the field.
The field.
And the field was plus 4,500. So a $1 bet would have made you $450.
You mean the other way around? The $450 bet would have
no. The field, like if the field went one, if anyone but Wemby went one, $100 bet would have profited you 4,500.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
So that's 1 to 45. I screwed that up, but whatever.
There you go. The point is, yeah.
And then Wemby was minus 20,000. So you'd have to put $20,000 to make 100 for Wemby to go one.
Yeah, I still am curious.
Just to feel something.
How much action they took on that.
The mortgage just to feel something on draft night.
The mortgage just to feel something on draft night. We're off to a rousing start. Although we laugh, but the betting, the stuff in terms of the odds for the second pick, and the third pick, and how much they fluctuated over not only the last 2 months but over the last 2 days has been freaking wild. And I don't want to get into why that happens and where that information comes from, but I find that to be to be fascinating. So that is obviously where the draft will start once this gets made official. But as we take you through the draft, we will, of course, answer any questions that come in. Andrew's on the ones and twos behind the scenes, so he'll be putting those up when they come in. Starting with a question from Ryan Huang. Ryan Huang was never able to catch Dream live, but loved your work, Chris. Gun to your head, who do you think, you should probably be reading this, who do you think will be the best player to be traded tonight? I'm assuming he means that's not a draft pick.
Yeah. Ryan, thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Dream is not only built by and for the people who are there live, but the people who listen as a podcast after. So love you, man. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you all like a family. Gun to my head, I think, oh God, now I see like I'm not on Dream where I have like my little family of 100 viewers and I can say crazy stuff and not be.
Do you think
I would say Zion Williamson.
I was going to give you an easy out. I was going to say, do you think a player who has made an all-star team gets traded? You really think so? So Zion,
if Portland talks themselves into just moving on, here's the thing. I could see Zion fitting the "we got Dame a star" mold, and then when they move Dame to Miami in a month or next summer, then Zion fits the "we're rebuilding" mode. So he's the perfect PR. Weirdly enough, Zion is the perfect PR choice for Portland at number 3.
I just got flashbacks to Royce O'Neal last summer when he was traded to the Nets, and then immediately afterwards, it was the Durant.
Well, remember that team didn't need Bruce Brown, so
man, they made some poor moves over.
No. We
don't disparage Sean Marks on this podcast.
Marks, Griffin, Ainge, all Teflon. Can't touch them. And Ujiri, the man without a plan, is Teflon, and you can't touch him.
Ujiri, man. I mean that.
I don't think he knows what the hell he's doing.
I would have a whole long conversation about the Raptors. I find the Raptors. I think the Raptors are objectively the most interesting team because not only because no one knows exactly what they're doing, but like I don't know, they played it fast and loose with Kyle Lowry, and I guess figured they'd get something, and they didn't.
Well,
really get anything.
They held on. They got a home run swing with DeMar, so they held on to Kyle Lowry for too long, thinking they'd get a home run swing for him, and they held on to OG Anunoby for too long, thinking they'd get a home run swing for him. Now they're about to start holding on to Pascal Siakam for too long, thinking they'd get a home run swing for him. Oh, and they let Jakob Poeltl go in the Kawhi trade, but then traded a first back for him, and then
bizarre.
Said they wanted to, and then they were going to rebuild, even though they just acquired a win now big man for a first round pick. But then they're not going to rebuild. They're actually going to keep Anunoby because they don't want to trade him. They totally want to keep him, and you need to give up 3 firsts if you're going to get him. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know it. Like I don't know. I think
you're on a roll already.
The pass.
Adrian gives you a look.
Was that all one sentence, Chris?
Yeah.
That was outstanding.
Semicolon. The Raptors don't know what the hell they're doing.
More importantly, I proved my status as an old man who doesn't know anything about modern fashion because I took one look at the Wembanyama outfit for tonight.
Come on,
dude, I'm so old and I have just absolutely no fashion sense because I'm looking at this thing and yeah, I don't quite get it. Quick on what
if you had made a joke about how it looks like. Like, oh, now we finally have an explanation. Here's what you should have tweeted. We finally have an explanation as to how Victor Wembanyama is so good while being so tall. And it's because he's actually just 3 little kids in a trench coat.
That was actually pretty good.
So that would have been.
Real quick on Wemby, because he's kind of an afterthought for us because we're more concerned about what might happen that impacts the Knicks and what the Knicks might do. But do you have any concerns about? I mean, I don't even know what the concerns would be. Like tall players get injured sometimes. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, well, he was just selected by the Spurs on your screen if you're watching along with us. So Wemby heading up right now up those steps and putting on the draft cap. It's cool to see as someone that's watched him since he was, I want to say 17. Like I knew about him at 16, but I didn't take the time. I wasn't doing that. So when he turned 17, I started watching him. This is really cool to see him up there with Silver. I'm just kind of basking in this moment right now. Sorry. This is
No,
awesome.
he's huge, and his hands are especially huge.
Well, the thing is, like, people are like, oh, he's a 7 foot big. Like, no, he's not. His height difference with Rudy Gobert is the same height difference that Bam Adebayo and like
a small guard,
like a big guard, like a Jalen Suggs would have, you know, and it's like a 5-inch difference. Like, that's not normal. So anyway, with Wembanyama, it's really easy to poo-poo away the flaws. And the reason for that is like one that pops out on the film for me while I'm like drooling over his film. It makes the one thing that makes me go like, okay, they'll work on that, is like passing reads. You'd think you'd think for someone who's is literally playing above the entire playing court, that he would just see people when they're open.
But it doesn't come natural to him, is what you're saying.
No, it's the feel is there. I don't think he cared to do it, you know, like I think he just knew it was his show. Once they got to playoff time at the end of the year, then you saw him have to make the quick reads, and it was like, okay, maybe he doesn't have that down. I think at the start of the season, it was fine to write it off. I think in the playoffs for him, when it showed, it's going to be like on the film, especially as people rewatch it now, it'll be like, okay, he missed that guy or whatever.
I'm excited to see it, if only because Chris, I don't know if you know this. I've been watching basketball since before you were born. I'm not sure if you knew that. But I have only been watching basketball since like 92, 93, around there. And by far the two best rookies in terms of by far the two best rookies I ever saw as a rookie in terms of team impact, in terms of individual impact, were Shaq and Tim Duncan.
Did you watch, and this, I'm about to like offend you.
What?
Okay, because I've watched 90s games, you know, like going back. So did you ever watch games from the early 80s? Like when you were okay. Because I was gonna say Ralph Sampson is a comp that a lot of people like for Wemby, but the problem with Ralph Sampson is that he was 7'4" in a league of people that like a shorter NBA. So, you know, it's like he was kind of just playing with, he was the real giant out there. Wemby's a giant, but I don't think relatively it's as much of a difference. I just saw Wemby crying on the screen. That's awesome. Good for him.
We need Andrew up here for a
I know what you're about to ask. So Chris, I'm actually gonna leave this up to you.
I was gonna say this is a shame.
Let's hold on, because people are gonna listen to this later. We want to make sure they're informed the way we are. So the last couple years, we haven't spoiled the draft, or at least I think 2 years ago we decided not to spoil the draft when tweets come in before the broadcast. And it was such a chore. And then the Knicks just like didn't do anything. They traded the pick. So it was like, all right, next year we're putting it the disclaimer at the top. We're spoiling when tweets come in. I'm going to leave this up to Chris because you're the one that did all the research. Do you want to watch the draft live and not have Twitter spoil the picks? Or do you want us to go ahead and say when things happen and just I'll put something in the chat.
I was going to say, can we let the chat vote? Can we just let the chat vote?
I mean, there's a pretty big bomb right now that I don't want to have to go through a full democratic process to decide.
I'm sure the second pick is out.
If you don't care, I think we should just roll with it.
I think
roll
for the night,
with the spoilers then. Let's do it.
Spoilers throughout the night. Apparently, the Charlotte Hornets are going to take Brandon Miller with the second pick.
Wow, they're gonna do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Jordan, everybody.
All right.
Do you see the individual that's on your television screen right now?
Speaking to with the crowd? Cowboy? Yeah, with the cowboy hat.
It's not kangaroo? That. It's the
kangaroo
capri shorts.
But they're
with the belt.
They're capri jean shorts. That's
capri jean shorts.
That's special. That's aura.
That's exclusive. That's a San Antonio exclusive.
That's
folks.
confidence.
You don't get that anywhere right besides the.
All right.
Let me placate to the audio audience that will listen to this later. So, Chris, just a quick question. What do you think? I know you just from listening to your show the last couple of weeks. You're low on Brandon Miller, not to the point where he's bad, but you had him 6th on your big board. I think your most recent big board.
Yep, I did.
So this must be pretty egregious that Michael Jordan's last act as decision maker of the Hornets is taking him over Scoot Henderson or Amen Thompson or Cam Whitmore or somebody else.
So let's start here. I heard from I've been alternating how I say source stuff because I like to have fun with it and I don't like to act like one of those people that's like, oh well, from back channels that so I've been like it's come across my virtual desk, or a birdie told me that
this is fantastic.
Whitmore might have like a knee thing.
Interesting.
And if someone's thing is being 99th percentile explosive, both vertically and laterally, which is why I buy the hell out of that kid. There's Brandon Miller. Pick is in. He's been selected. Wow. Wowee. Oh my God. Yeah, that's weird.
You're
That's
shocked?
crazy to see on the screen. That's crazy to see on even I knew it, and that's still crazy to see on the screen. Okay.
So,
This is disrespectful to people. And here's your answer, Andrew. And funnily enough, I was about to get into this spiel even anyway before you asked, so it was perfect timing. Like, to me, I think 2 things can be true. 1, Cam Johnson's an underrated player. 2, Brandon Miller would be really well off if he wound up as Cam Johnson. And that's gonna offend people who love him. And like, I will just point to the 485 or 490 that Cam Johnson gets when it's time. And that kid's really good. The reaction of these guys, on the 2 guys on the screen alongside with me, to his bank in 3-pointer will forever be in my mind. And
that was just John. That was just John. I edited it, but John, that was a solo playback. But yes, that was like his 7-3 of the night.
That was
too,
in which
special. Julius Randle got ejected for fighting one Cam Johnson.
He's really good. Brandon Miller is 6'9", and he can shoot the what out of the basketball. And in general, especially in high school, he showed that whether it's in between, whether it's behind the arc, he's really good at getting the round orange thing to go in the other round orange thing. But the problem was, for half his season, he was an all-time bad finisher at the rim. Second half, he was good. And so I buy somewhere in the middle. I think he's more good than bad, and especially can grow. And I buy finishing as a big skill that prospects can grow in the NBA. But with Miller, it's like the concerns are more the handle and the athleticism than the finishing.
I get, like, look, the league is where the league is, and it's not changing anytime soon. If you have
They're chasing it.
If you have to have a chance to get a 6'8", 6'9", whatever he is, shot creating wing, I get it. That said, this is where I will zoom out and just anybody, if you're bored for like 10 minutes, go on Basketball Reference, pull up, start with the 1990 draft if you want, and go through literally every draft year by year over the last 30 plus years. And every single one of those drafts, without exception, somewhere in the top 3, you will find a player who, I'm not saying there's always a bust in the top 3, but at least one player in the top 3 who failed to live up to expectations by a significant enough degree that it stands out. And most of the time, there's usually going to be an egregiously bad bust in the top 3.
That's my problem. That's my problem, is that they're setting him up. I think they're setting B. Miller up, because to me, man, if you have Franz and Paolo and you add this guy and that's your 2, 3, 4, holy crap. Like, that's a great pick at 6. Or if you're Detroit and you want to go Ivy, Cade, Miller, like, God bless. That's awesome. But this early to pass on Scoot, and you want to talk about 2 guards, right? Hey, man, LaMelo dominates the areas of the court that Scoot doesn't. Those guys fit like yin and yang. And I think that when you have Scoot so aggressive at the rim, LaMelo so good from behind the arc, Scoot's that DeJounte kind of offensive player where he's not a shooter, but he'll dribble up, and when he pulls up, he rises over guys and he'll cash it. And he's an athlete. Prez comped Scoot to, man, can I even say yes? But like, okay, I found it. He said John Morant, but the guns are actually just muscles.
That's too bad.
So I think that's a good comp.
What do you think of the Russ comp? I've heard that places.
Russ, I think
Better shooter,
it's different,
but athleticism's there.
The same road, but forked. Like Russ processes the game at a level that Scoot might never, which is how he lasted so long despite not being a real shooter at such a high level of production, because he reads the game like a freaking librarian. And it's like at that point, Scoot may never have that level of proprioception prior to, making a read.
By the way, victory lap for Woj on this one, because he was consistent with Miller to the Hornets the entire way. Shams looked like he was coming in with the haymaker today. Or was it today? I think it was earlier today. I don't know. I've lost track of all sense of time and place, saying that maybe it was going to be Scoot, and didn't turn out to be, because Scoot is going third to the Portland Trailblazers.
Can I say a thing about this? Shams has a deal with who, right? Who does he do shows for?
Stadium, right?
Yeah. FanDuel.
Oh, Chris, it was a point I was gonna bring up, like manipulating the market that way.
Hey,
the line shifted completely. And shout out to Simmons, who pointed out the same thing. The FanDuel lines for Miller at 2 or Scoot at 2 went back and forth, and anybody who wanted to put 2 and 2 together could see all day.
But you're forgetting something crucial, Andrew, because they snuck it in during COVID. They snuck it in during quarantine. The NBA entered a co-exclusive agreement with Caesars and DraftKings, the other 2 biggest books. I mean, ESPN did, not the NBA.
ESPN, yeah. ESPN.
And Woj is ESPN, who's DraftKings, and Shams is FanDuel directly. He does shows for FanDuel.
Sounds like worthy of a book.
There's going to come a month or year or whatever that will be worthy of a book, where like refs, like robot refs, are arguably better for if their gambling is like being promoted by the league, right? Because then they'll make sure the rules are being enforced. Like, you're about to see some crazy debates go down. But on my screen, we have
officially
a draft suit designed by Scoot Henderson's sister. So don't be mean, John.
No, I was about to say I would wear that.
I would wear whoa!
No, I like it. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I've watched a whole bunch of G League Ignite, but like just the way people talk about the kid and the way he's made out to be in terms of, a lot of the stuff you can't teach. And just like, I mean, it's been years now we've been hearing like, oh yeah, it's like, yes, it's Wemby, but like right after that is Scoot. And then I feel like the Miller thing happened like gradually over the course of, like, I don't know, what would you say, Chris? Happened gradually over the course of the last 6 months or so, 4, 5, 6 months.
Well, the thing with Miller was he was in the best team in the country and he was the best player on it.
And I know, and Scoot didn't have, the best season for the Ignite.
He got hurt. Hurt.
So like all that played into it. Talk about overthinking it. And it's impossible for me to escape the fact that just the Hornets are historically not a very well-run organization. And it's like, yeah, the fit is cleaner. So I don't know. I find that situation interesting, and we'll see what happens there. As far as Portland goes,
this feels really strongly like Dame is getting ready to replace the large bootied man in South Beach.
I had to think for a second. I thought you were talking about Zion at first, and then I realized you were talking about Kyle Lowry.
Or maybe I should say Gabe Vincent now. Is he replacing Gabe Vincent?
I thought that who was talking about this? That I've listened to too many pods in recent days, but the notion that like Dame's going to storm into Portland's front office and demand a trade like tonight or tomorrow morning, he's given them like he doesn't. It's so obvious to me, at least, that he doesn't want to be that guy because he's never been that guy and he's had an opportunity to be that guy. Like, is he going to be that guy now, or is he going to listen to them when they'll be like, listen, it's a special talent. We tried to flip it for X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z wasn't available. Let's give it to the trade deadline or whatever it is. That feels like where this is going. Who the hell knows? But if I was Portland, I would really. I wonder what because I mean I don't think there's a ton of suitors for Dame. That's the other thing. Like I really do think Miami is going to give them by far the best offer, unless Brooklyn decided to put all the picks on the table. But those are the two, right?
Yeah, I think Miami's just the team. For me, because where Dame wants to go is going to play a part. I heard months back that Miller was the pick at 2 over Scoot, and I heard from the same place later on that despite bringing in Whitmore for 1 secret workout and 1 secret meeting in the last week, that they're going to go Amen at 4. And that seems to be where that's going to go. Is Houston pairing Amen Thompson?
They are, yes.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, it's Amen Thompson.
Already, there you go. Spoiler. But we said we're spoiling, so it's okay.
Yeah. Of course, go ahead. But that's fun. Amen Thompson and Jalen Green is fun, John. I think you're looking at a potential of the best backcourt in the NBA.
Wow,
like that's like if you're the front office selling your fan base on this, that's what the sell is we picked Jalen Green at number 3. Or no, they took him at 2. Sorry. We picked Jalen Green at number 2 and Amen Thompson at number 4 because we each think they can reach a top elite level.
And Jabari Smith at 3. So you got the 2, 3, 4.
And then they've got Tari Eason, who was 9th on my board. They stole him at 17.
I like him.
And they've got guys like Jayshawn Tate and KJ Martin who really do their things off the bench. So, as the great Monica McNutt gets to interview these prospects, good for her. Friend of the show, right? So basically, that's cool. Anyway, Portland is like totally dealing Dame. Like you're just not Simons, Dame, and Scoot, and then also Shaden. Like this is not happened. Like I think Beal finally getting moved. Dame and Beal have kind of always been like please feel bad for me. I have no help, and I'm trying to.
Well, it's because they're other than the Splash Brothers, they're easily the 2 longest tenured guards of that in the league. So
I think it's
when you don't win in a high level, which they haven't.
Right, and we have to hear about how they're like victimized because whatever. Anyway,
I don't have any energy for any of it.
It's exactly. So it's time for. I think Portland looks east and goes, okay, that's over. This is over, and I think they look at this and just go like, okay, we got Scoot at 3. Charlotte actually just did that. Let's pivot now.
I guess for me, it would depend largely on if Brooklyn wanted to make a play, because to me, the Brooklyn draft assets and specifically their future Phoenix picks, I think those have a lot of value. I don't think future Miami picks have. Well, I mean, Pat Riley's got to hang it up at some point, but like the notion that you're going to get a ton of value out of a future Miami Heat pick is probably, those odds are not great. So if you're Portland, I mean, doesn't it kind of come down to you have to love Tyler Hero, or at least think Tyler Hero is like good enough to be the centerpiece of the deal? If not, if they don't have that opinion, I would much rather prefer a package from Brooklyn that is centered on picks.
Right.
But I digress. We're not there yet. I mean, it doesn't look. Zion could still happen, but it feels like we would have.
No, it would have happened. It would have happened.
Yeah, it feels like it would have happened by now. So I feel
it would have been for 2 or 3.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, for Scoot, what I was going to say before is we heard from, I think it was Shams report earlier today that the Pelicans had been or had spoken to or sat down with Scoot.
Yeah, they love him. Oh, they love him. That buzz is super real.
So I don't know. Does Scoot want to be in Portland? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Not that he has any agency, but
let me jump in. First of all, John, read the screen.
Mythic Monty, rooting for maximum chaos this draft.
Yeah, love it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Monty.
I'm waiting for it.
Then
Ben, what's going on, Ben?
Oh,
MJ picks
no.
Sam Bowie 2024. Time is a flat circle.
Well done.
Oh man. Thank you guys for the super chats, but
there's a couple more, but you can spend some time on this.
Yeah, let me talk about these first 2. I just think Miller's good. I think Brandon Miller's good. I think he's going to be good. I think his second contract might be for the lowest year of the contract might be 22 million. The kid's good. The thing is that when you are drafting someone at number 2 overall you're not expecting several areas of their game that significantly need to improve to have star level impact. Like you're kind of hoping Zion
That's a
can
good
do
way to put it.
26, 7, and 4 in year 2, like he did. Ja did what he did. RJ, I said from the beginning, was going to take a while, so I'm not surprised that he's taking a while. But that was part of the calculation. That was part of the calculus.
I'm his biggest critic, and he's been steady as she goes. You know, and to say nothing of the fact that he doesn't have some of the
no off court. Yeah.
No.
So for me, it's like, you know, some of these picks are going to be Jaden Ivey, LaMelo Ball, where the first year they look like the worst player in the NBA for like a couple months. And then at the end of the year, you're like, oh my God, this guy could be a year 2 All-Star. Now, like they're going to have these ups and downs, right? But at number 2 to take a wing, it feels like, okay, you know how not me, but like everyone, but I always say this loud because I really believe in it. But a lot of people say like you can use analytics to confirm the eye test, but you shouldn't make something up with analytics and then try to see it.
Sure.
I feel like Charlotte saw a 6'9" wing shooter and was like, yeah, screw it, that guy. Without thinking about like, I don't know. I think they tried to jump process being greater than results and then ignored the like game tape. I feel like Brandon Miller talked trash to Michael Jordan in their one-on-one interview. Jordan was like, God, I love him. Like, God, I can't get it.
It'd be really funny if that was what was the deciding factor. I think, unfortunately, I think the Hornets are currently just kind of like, I don't want to say a snake bitten franchise, but like if you were to list the most, it's sad to say, if you list the most irrelevant NBA franchises right now, is there a more irrelevant franchise than the Hornets? I don't know. You're thinking about it.
I mean, my go-to was always Sacramento, and now I can't say that anymore.
Extraordinarily relevant.
And Orlando's on the come up.
Orlando's on the come up. They got a great young team coming.
Even like if you go to the bad teams, like San Antonio just drafted Wembanyama. Detroit has Cade, and you know is on the board right now.
Detroit's in that conversation.
Minnesota has star power. They're also like the 4th team in that city, you know, so I don't know how much that matters.
Yeah, but Minnesota gets a lot of attention, I feel like, around. There are many things, but they are not irrelevant.
They have storylines, yeah. From Jimmy Butler and the third stringers, whatever. They've always got something going on.
That Jimmy Butler thing was 5 years ago. That was 2018.
I'm saying from stuff like that to now the Gobert trade, it's never good, but they always got something going on.
So basketball relevance, you're right. That's I guess my definition of relevance.
Market relevance,
like, If I asked like my fiance name, like who are the Pistons, she'd be like, who? And I wonder if like you're going like casually that way. Is that the relevance you're looking for?
Really,
Charlotte's the right answer to this.
Yeah.
And a really cool thing just happened in the draft.
I was about to say it, and then Fred just tweeted it, so I can't take credit for it. For the first time since the Morris twins went back to back in the draft.
No,
they took a Sir Thompson.
No,
yeah.
Why you saying no? You happy?
Awesome. Yeah, that's so good for them.
So my
cool.
My understanding about the one who was just Ausar Thompson is that he is more of a traditional wing in terms of.
I'll explain it like this.
Yeah.
If here's okay, let me get my stress balls.
Remember, this is an audio medium. I'm being Andrew right now. I'm reminding you that this is an audio medium.
So if they are the same player, like average them, add them up, and divide by 2. Take that middle player. How do you figure out the distance? Like, how do you figure out where to go? If you have Amen and Ausar. Amen is the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander like pilled one, and Ausar is the Andre Iguodala in Philly pilled one.
I just want to comment for anybody who's listening to the podcast tomorrow that Chris Persianen thought enough of that analogy to obtain 2 balls and hold one in each hand.
Oh, it's the NBA draft. I've got them on me, like regardless.
They're stress balls. Oh, okay. So they serve a dual purpose. It wasn't purely for the analogy.
No, this is the draft. I got these on me regardless.
Chris, don't listen to him. Grab your balls all you want. Okay.
What is this? A Manscaped ad?
Soon to happen. There's an ad coming in a second too. So perfect transition.
Anyway,
for those who did not catch what we were talking about, so Amen Thompson, who played for Overtime Elite, was taken by the Houston Rockets with the 4th overall pick. His twin brother How do you pronounce it, Chris?
Ausar.
Ausar Thompson, who also played for Overtime Elite, is being taken with the 5th pick by the
Whitmore,
Pistons.
those
So
medicals.
these brothers end up going back to back in the 2023 NBA draft.
This will be interesting because assuming Cade and Jaden Ivey start in the backcourt together, which I think we all assume that they will.
Put them at the 3.
Yeah, so that's where you beat me to it. That's exactly where I was getting. If you want to start Ausar, which maybe they don't feel like they need to start him right away, maybe they feel like they could slow play him. That would seem to me mean that Bojan Bogdanovic would not. It would seem to be an either or scenario. Either it's Bojan starting, unless they're going to put Bojan at the 4, but they seem to what?
At the 4. They traded.
Yeah, but they were trotting Wiseman out there, and they just traded for Wiseman.
No, he's not playing the 4.
That's what they not doing that last year?
They were, and now Monty Williams has the job. Like he's not letting that fly for 2 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah,
listen.
no.
I just if you
that was the front office saying, Dwayne, you're getting the hell out of here regardless. So you're going to do what we want, or we'll just fire you now.
So then Wiseman's the backup to Duran, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll bet you. Well, you're not old enough to drink. I was going to say. I bet you.
He is now. He is now.
Oh yeah, he's 21. I forgot. So I'll bet you a beer that game 1, assuming everybody's healthy. So it's a fair bet. Assuming everybody's healthy, Wiseman and Duran start at the 4 or the 5.
I'm so happy, Chris. You could take advantage of John losing bets with alcohol.
Beer bets.
Yeah,
I don't know when's the last time when I said I bet you a beer that I've won the beer. I don't think
It's me, you, Fred, Jeremy, probably. Like we all have drinks.
Everybody's getting drinks at some point this summer.
Yes. Shout out Obi Toppin.
Well, listen.
Speaking of which,
no.
Oh, go ahead, Chris. Wait.
What happened?
No, like there's a super chat about Obi.
Get that in there. Yeah. Come on.
Let's talk about Obi Toppin.
Get the people up here.
This is from Chris Kasner. Over on Obi going for a late first or 2 seconds. I think it's 50-50 chance for me personally. I don't know if you're asking like, do I have to pick one or the other?
No, over under sounds like he's asking for the odds.
No, I mean, but like on Obi getting traded for one of those two things, or like an over under on like he gets traded for this or that. I think
the bet is more over under on him just getting traded. Whether
here's what I
for
think.
A first or 2 seconds.
I think, and I said as much. I think when we recorded last night. Actually, I don't know how much of that you kept that all in because it wasn't the Porzingis part of the conversation.
Yep.
They obviously Ian Begley reported today that they're going to try to do right by Obi. So obviously take that to the bank if that's what Ian says it's true. They are, but they're not going to. They're gonna feel like they're getting something good back. Now I don't know what do I see them trading for 2 seconds? Trading for 2 seconds? I don't know. That would be. I feel like they need to get a first back.
If it's 32 and someone's there,
that's yeah. And then
there's that new second. I know this is Jeremy's territory, but that's like there's that new second round exception, or like that new second round rule where you can extend them.
Oh yes. Yeah.
So like that's that I talked about on Dream and Draft Class, like getting in the late first might be worth it. That's like not a thing anymore. So, yeah. Anyway, really quick on Ausar and Amen. Those two kids played sensible competition, all grown-ass men, and looked like the best players on the court at 18, 19. So, like, you can't just ignore that because it's convenient and fits your agenda that, they're not real or whatever. Oh, this is the latest draft Twitter scam, mirage players. Like, these guys are 6'7" and walk into the NBA with percentile athletes, both of them. Amen, 95th percentile.
I was about to say one of them is better than the other, right?
Amen, 95th percentile. Ausar, 90th percentile. Fair. And like, that's crazy. And then also they're really good at doing things with the basketball. Like Ausar is a really smart passer. Amen is a walking paint touch. Ausar can make the catch and shoot threes a little more reliably, which could mean, may not be the worst to have him playing off of Cade and Ivy.
So I wish I could listen to this. There's a reaction cam from wherever the Hornets like draft party is, and I guess
no.
Oh wow, it's a poor reaction.
Brandon. They set him up, man.
I was openly wondering a moment ago how the selection of Ausar Thompson might impact whether the Pistons look to trade Bogdanovich. We just got word that what's his name, Anthony Black.
Oh my God, they did it.
Is going to the Magic. Who,
Good
correct
for
me if
him.
I'm wrong, Anthony Black he's a point guard, right?
So Anthony Black is a
point combo,
really,
right?
really smart basketball player who makes the right read like every time, whether you know it or not. He's right, and he's just really great at feeling out the game. And that's why he's being overdrafted as he just was in that Josh Giddey mold of second creator. Dyson Daniels was overdrafted as well, in my opinion. I think I'd take Black, then I think I'd take Giddey, then Black, then Daniels. But like for me, Anthony Black was number 10 on my board this year because his floor is so high. But if I were doing an upside based board, I'd probably have him like lower. Like I think the chance that he develops a shot is lower than the chance that someone that gets drafted after him develops whatever they need to reach their ceiling. And Black played Fordham this year, and I had the chance to like watch the whole game live and do commentary on it. And like I'm not gonna say who I talked to that said this, but Ant Black went 1 for 6 from 3 that game, and I talked to someone on Fordham's end of things, and they were like, "Wish he took more. That kid can't shoot." Because they said we might have won if he took more. You know, Arkansas blew Fordham out the water. They're a much better team. But Ant Black really slowed them down when he was forced to take shots from deep and just couldn't make them. He's not a shooter at all, and it's not looking like it's going to be super easy for him to develop a shot. Now, if he's like Tyrese Halliburton, where he walks into the league with a pull-up that he just didn't have in college, I'm going to be like, crap. Okay, that guy was worth a top 6 pick. Like, no question. But that's not the film I've seen, and that's all I can go off of. And the pro day workouts, the shot looks the same. So, you know, that's the best I've got.
Well, I can tell you've been doing radio with how you censored yourself there. Well done.
It's just an interesting pick, and as a bunch of people just tweeted out, because it's obvious, the Magic now have 4 really the 4 combo guards between, which is like, look, you could say, it's the direction the league is going. Okay. With Fultz, Cole Anthony, and Cole Anthony's name has been in trade rumors. Whoa, wait, what's going on here? Okay, hold on. Let me finish my thought, and then I'll get to this. What was I saying? Cole Anthony and Jalen Suggs. So they have all these guys. All of them have questionable shots. And to say nothing of the fact that, like, for as amazing as Paolo Banchero is, his shot is a bit questionable too. So where's the shooting coming from on that team? Anyway, number 7, Bilal Coulibaly. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Coulibaly. Yeah.
So this is Wemby's teammate, right?
Oh my God.
And this is the guy that allegedly the Spurs had a hankering for to pair with obviously his French teammate.
I would
Wembanyama.
if I were them. He screams Spurs. The thing with Coulibaly is like,
but let me just finish. So it's Indiana's pick, but they are trading him to the Wizards, who selected 8. It's very rare that you see trade. I'm assuming it's for the 8th pick, but who knows? Maybe it's not for the 8th pick. But it's very rare that we see lottery trades where teams are going up and down by 1. Anyway, just finishing that.
Yeah. Listen, this is nuts. Coulibaly is a crazy athlete. And someone who, if I were doing an upside board, might have been right here at 8 or 7 but this is like real life. And so I guess the sell here for Washington is that they actively want to be bad, and they don't care if he sucks, because then that gets them closer to being bad.
He's a wing, right?
Yeah, Jordan Poole, tank commander. He's like 6'6", 6'6.5" with a 7'1" wingspan. It's just nuts how long he is. And the thing for me with him is that no matter, he has to be able to shoot. Like, he has to be able to shoot.
Okay.
And he cannot right now. And so, you know, he's awesome, right? Like, he's really good. Or not, he's not, but he's a really good prospect. Sorry.
Well, I know he's the only thing I know about him is that
big project.
He was not on scouts' radars to this extent before the season started, and now he's going the 7th pick in the freaking draft. That's quite a rise. I'm just more curious about what the trade is, like how he's going from to Washington. But yeah, I mean, look, good for him. I'm very curious what the Pacers are doing here. Yeah, I'm just very curious what the Pacers are doing here. You want to get another super chat up? Will we collect our
at
thoughts here?
The Pacers are going to be able to get Walker or Hendricks, whichever one of the two they want, at 8.
And I know you love Walker, and I'll give you a chance to wax poetic about him when he gets picked. Kevin, what's going on? Kev Danishevsky, what's up? I'm about to owe Jeremy a beer because the Raps don't know what they're doing. So thanks a lot, Masai. Bet they were tanking, but guess they like mediocrity. Well, yeah, man, that Siakam thing today about like he's not going to extend with whoever trades for him. That was something. Anyway, yeah, I mean, look, the Wizards talk about. I'm actually now starting to wonder if they're going to trade some of their like existing young players, because they've overhauled the roster to such an extent.
Here's the thing. Coulibaly played on like the JV squad for Victor Wembanyama's team. Yeah, Mac, there we go. Indiana got second rounders for moving back a spot, and then also got Jairus Walker at 8.
Future second rounders. We're not sure which ones. Okay.
The fish dog. But yeah, basically Coulibaly should send Victor Wembanyama like a Lexus or something to get around San Antonio. Lindor getting McNeil a Subaru or whatever. Anyway, basically they should get him something a little nicer than that. Anyway, basically with Coulibaly, it's like he's really intriguing, and if you're ranking projects in this draft, he's top 10. The thing is, does Washington really care that little that they'll slot him in now? They'll start him at the 4 probably and go with Poole and Tyus Jones and Denny Avdia or Corey Kispert at the 3, and it's just really uninspiring. But the thing is that long term, this is an inspiring pick for Wizards fans who should be happy that their team is finally ready to commit to a full rebuild. I'm going to like that Bilal pick in like 3 days once I think about Washington and their basketball context more. But for me personally, you know what's going to make me like it? If it comes out that there were other teams trying to get up for him and that's why they moved.
Well, I have to think to trade down 1 or trade up 1, whatever you want to phrase it. It wasn't about worrying that the team you're trading with was going to take them because they wouldn't trade. It's about that someone else was going to trade up and grab the guy instead. And again, it's been reported widely that the Spurs were trying to pair these 2 former French teammates. They're not able to, which it's a bummer for Wemby. In terms of the Pacers, interesting there because they have been linked for a while with Obi Toppin, or not linked. I shouldn't say that. That's too strong. There were some rumors around the deadline, and they had some extra first-round picks and they have still a pick at the top of the second round. So, like, there's still a chance a trade can be made there. But I'm assuming, actually, maybe I should assume that they'll start. Let me ask you this, Chris: is Wallace someone who could start on or should start on day 1 in the NBA?
What kind of team are you?
Well, the Pacers. You're the Pacers. You're the Pacers. You want to win. You don't like to tank. You got,
Nembhard. It's kind of tough to give him that job if you're going to put Tyrese at the nominal 2, but have him be the 1. Like, I would go Cason, Tyrese, Halliburton to have Cason's defense next to Hallie, because I think Hallie can't guard anything. Okay. But if you're Indiana, it's Carlisle. Knick fans know well with Tibbs. Like it's these coaches that love their hardworking guys that have earned their keep on the team. Sure. It's hard for Cason to show up day 1 and be like, haha, give me the keys. Even if he's just in the sidecar, he's driving the sidecar to Hallie, it's still tough to give him those reps over Nembhard right away. I would do it because I think he should be starting day 1. I think Cason Wallace is not sexy, and that's why no one has him top 10 besides me. But like, I hate comps, but I have to throw this one out there because it's not about the exact player. It's more about the style of play plus how they're discussed. Drew Holiday. No one, when you tell someone to name you an NBA star, I'd pay you $1,000 if you got someone to say
Drew is
Holiday.
your comp to who?
Cason Wallace.
Oh, but Cason Wallace is a power forward.
No, point guard.
Wait, who? I'm getting my guys confused. Oh, I wasn't talking about. Sorry. I'm confusing Jairus Walker with Cason
Oh, you
Wallace.
start him day one. Yeah, he just played
okay.
on one of the best teams in the country.
That's what I was talking about the whole time. Sorry.
Jairus is like, okay, you want to know the deal with Jairus? He shot 2.2 free throws a game. He's 6'8", built like a you-know-what house of bricks, and he takes 2.2 free throws a game. And it's like, okay, that's not 6'6" and a half, 6'7", 6'8", 6'6" and a half without shoes, 6'8" in shoes, and he takes 2.2 free throws a game. But why? Because he has a top 5 floater in this draft class. Oh,
okay.
Now we're intrigued.
Floaters are important.
So it's like the power forward that's a defensive free safety. Like you got Brian Dawkins out there just fixing everyone's F-ups on defense. Like, like remember when Portland traded for Robert Covington and they were like, this guy is going to fix everything?
Yes.
I think Jairus actually does that for a team if they don't have like turnstiles at every position. Jairus can do that like Jeremy Grant defensive role, but then I think he's got touch on the offensive end that Grant doesn't have. And if you buy the catch and shoot with Jairus, you can plant him in the corner from day one and he'll be fine. But imagine running a pick and roll and kicking it to the corner to your power forward and going to set a screen for him. And then he takes the ball and can handle it and go to the rim. Like Jairus is nuts. The problem is that he doesn't seem to know it. And the same way that we talked a lot about Emmanuel Quickly going to the floater. And yes, he had a great floater, but why was he so reliant on it? I think that's a similar concern with Jairus Walker. And it's even more of a concern given how big he is. Now, I got to say, though, I still love Jairus. And the reason is because, first of all, if you sign up to go play at Houston, I probably like you. You know what you're signing up for. It's like being in the NBA and asking for Tom Thibodeau as your coach, which is why, I'll no matter how many times he doesn't listen to him, I'll respect Julius Randle for wanting Thibodeau at the helm because Randle wanted to be held accountable. And so Walker went to Houston, like, okay, a 5-star wing prospect went to Kansas as their primary and couldn't separate against a bowl of molasses. And where did that player go? He went to Houston. And then he got drafted 25th to the New York Knicks. And Quentin Grimes totally changed his game around because he went to Houston and bought into a culture. Jairus Walker did that in his freshman year as a top recruit. Here's the asterisk. I identified Jairus Walker as one of my top 5 most important prospects to watch high school tape for early on. And the reason is because he had an injury bug him early in the season. I do think he has that athleticism that he was able to tap into at IMG in high school within him. And that was an injury hampering it this past season. And maybe, if he was hurting a little bit, it would explain his lack of willingness to get all the way into the paint.
So what you're saying is perhaps the Pacers will not be climbing over themselves to trade for Obi Toppin before the end of this night.
Especially because they sent 2 of those picks out for bumbly insert a swear word.
What for the? Well, they said that to Denver because Denver.
You can say fuck.
They got
okay.
They got nothing.
It's
anyway,
okay.
looking at the board. There's no. By the way, there's no rumors of any kind. I'm like,
oh,
a pick was reported. The 9th pick in the draft.
Oh, Taylor Hendricks going to Utah.
Taylor Hendricks.
Unsurprised. Let me riff here for a second,
on.
John. Oh,
Let
sorry.
me
go ahead,
announce the
Andrew.
pick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Taylor Hendricks, power forward at a UCF. Go ahead,
So
bro.
with that pick,
Or not.
the best players listed or for as far as most rankings or just well, not in order, but Whitmore we talked about. Chris, you heard maybe there's a knee thing. He's still on the board. Derek Lively, who's a guy that you've talked about on Draft Class a lot, you really like. He's been mocked higher and higher and higher in recent weeks. Center out of Duke, he's still on the board. Grady Dick wearing an outfit that is an homage to
Dorothy,
the Wizard of Oz tonight. Very, very creative.
That's very Grady Dick.
He's still on the
like
board. That. And then the last 2 that have been kind of bandied about in this range, you just talked about Cason Wallace before, even though I thought you were talking about Jairus Walker, which was very confusing. And then Kobe Buffkin, who's the other guy who's been a high riser. So I think those are probably like the next 5 names that we'll hear. Anyway, okay. Now that that's out of the way, what did you want to say about Taylor Hendricks?
This makes a lot of sense that he goes one pick after Jairus Walker. I mean, Adam Spinella at the Box and One had Caitlin Cooper on for a full podcast where they just talked Jairus Walker and Taylor Hendricks and who's the better prospect. This is a really, really big debate this draft. Jairus, to me, has the explosive athleticism within him that will make this less of a debate going forward. I think, and listen, I had Hendricks high on my board because I think his paths to being good are easy and short and not bendy and winded. But basically, I think Taylor Hendricks could be one of those guys in this draft class that we look back and we're like, oh, he went top 10. Okay. You know, like if you told me Thaddeus Young was a top 6 pick, I'd be like,
so like a guy who might underwhelm and you're surprised to look back and he went that high.
Thad Young went at 12. Right. And I think you could argue he's been one of the 12 best players in his draft class. It's just because of the length of his career and how long he was impactful for. But it's like he never had that season or those flashes that make you go, oh, my God, should he have gone top 5? Was he a stud? Like he's one of those guys that kind of just gradually lives up to the draft stock. I mean, Marcus Smart at 6 looks like a great pick now. Right. But at the time, it was scrutinized early. I just think that, funnily enough, Randall goes 7, right? And then, you know, whatever. Basically, I think that Hendricks is going to, like, he's one of those guys where it's like position, like just good. He's good. Like, he's one of those gamers.
Well,
like,
yeah, but
he's
out. He's a 4 and
he can shoot a little and he can handle a little and he can.
So, but it's interesting because like the Jazz, I mean, obviously they had a most improved player.
This is weird
from Lauri Markkanen last year. I mean, I know Markkanen ostensibly played the 3 for them at times because they ran out these super big lineups with him and Olynyk and Kessler. I mean, I think everybody
this
thinks
is the new Olynyk is Hendricks. He's like the new and improved 3 and D.
So I guess they're going to keep throwing out those jumbo lineups unless they intend on trading.
Well, Hendricks can space the floor a little, so it's not like he's a power forward that's bound to the block. But the thing is that if Hendricks gets really good, like he won't get really good starting next to Lauri Markkanen is my point.
So let me jump in. We're
almost
done. We're almost done with hour 1. I want to put up on the screen. Our very own Chris Persianen has a big board of his own. For those who are not watching, but they are listening, he had in order. These are the top 10 that he had in order. So Victor Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson, Cam Whitmore at 3, and then Amen Thompson, Jairus Walker 5, Brandon Miller 6, Ausar Thompson at 7, Taylor Hendricks 8, Cason Wallace 9,
Cason Wallace
9, and Anthony Black 10. So the only player not picked through 9 picks. So far.
two guys.
Wow. It's Cam Whitmore and Cason Wallace.
The 2 W's. The 2 of the 3 W's go unselected. Actually, 4 W's. Wembanyama, Walker, Whitmore, Wallace. Wow, look at that.
There you go. So the 10th pick is made by those bums in Dallas because they ran from the grind and lost.
They were who I thought promised Coulibaly. That was like my guess. Like Cuban loved Ntilikina. Maybe he'd love Bilal as like the deluxe.
Who would if the draft went exactly like it did, and assuming the Knicks got the Dallas pick, well, this would make sense because if it was the 10th pick, then
say it was top 9 protected and the 10th.
Yeah,
pick
it was top 9
the
protected.
Knicks.
The draft went just like this. The Knicks were keeping the pick. Who would the Knicks be picking right now?
Oh man,
Grady Dick?
I don't know their team doctor. I would say definitely not. I'm
so close. Him and Josh Hart. We have a Hart Dick backcourt on the bench.
Okay, well, do we know? Can we Orlando?
And then we trade for Jalen Suggs.
Or I was gonna say Orlando has Jalen Suggs and the 11th pick. Wait on it.
Then you trade Josh Hart there, and then every 12-year-old or person who thinks like a 12-year-old gets to have some fun.
So, we got a compensation update from Woj on that trade. Washington's sending Indiana's 2028 second round pick via Phoenix and their own 2028 second round pick. So 2 second rounders to move.
And we got another update. OKC is acquiring.
No, they're moving up to 10.
Cason Wallace from Dallas at number 10. So Dallas is picking at 10. They picked the aforementioned Cason Wallace from Kentucky, and OKC is swooping in there to get a guy that okay. Huh.
Oh my
Dallas
God.
is trading, man. Davis Bertans and Cason Wallace at 10 to OKC. There's no word on what Dallas is getting back from OKC.
Josh Giddey. Watch.
No,
That's my crazy guess.
No. Come on.
And there's more stuff in it. That's my crazy. Because if I were OKC,
So OKC's
I'd
picking
move
at
on
12.
from him now. I'd move on from him now.
OKC's picking at 12. Maybe it's just 12 for they're moving down to 12. Well, no, hold on. That wouldn't make any sense.
It wouldn't be Giddey, no. But like I just think that if you're OKC now, Cason and Shea is a 1-2. That's
Okay,
one hell of a 1-2.
OKC is sending 12 and a traded player exception to Dallas, and OKC is ending up with Bertans and Cason Wallace. So basically,
this is clearing salary then.
Yeah,
Dallas
is moving
OKC
down
agrees
2
to
picks.
eat the remaining. Just real quick on the Bertans contract. Bertans has 2 more years on his deal. The last year is an early termination option, but $5 million of that early termination option are guaranteed. So essentially, it's not quite an expiring deal, but it could be more or less an expiring deal. And then you just pay the $5 million for Davis Bertans to go away. Which again, for a team like OKC, that is eventually, if they keep this core together, they will have some real financial issues. It's not going to be 2 years from now. So smart business by them taking on Davis Bertans to move up 2 spots. I mean, look, is it a big
Kicking
price?
the can further down the road.
I mean, it's essentially, because I think Bertans is due 17 or 18 million this year. It's over $20 million to move up 2 spots. So it should go without saying that they really wanted Cason Wallace. I think that's fair to say, which again is interesting to me because Cason Wallace, as again you just described before, your comp for him is Drew Holiday. So as a backcourt player,
dude, just Cason and Shea, and they're both Kentucky guys.
They already have Giddey.
This is not, man. I think Jalen Williams is better than Josh Giddey today.
But Williams is a wing. I mean,
Cason 1, Shea 2, but Shea initiates, and J-Dub at 3, and Giddey's your 6th man of the year.
So maybe it's more of a deadline trade with Giddey. You give him a couple months.
I think they
value, and then
if they're willing to keep him to be the 6th man of the year like every year, God bless, because he can do that.
And they still have Dort, by the way. We should note who's like
Giddey Dort bench unit is really good. Giddey.
Oh
Dort,
no, they're building a hell of a team. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't expect Wallace to. Again, knowing very little about this kid, I wouldn't expect Wallace to like start there day one. But
I would I'd do it and tell Shea to take defense off and just go get me 32 a game.
It's just like really,
he could do that. I mean, you guys know Shea and Booker have been my two guys since 2020. Those guys are them.
He averaged like 30 a game last year without taking defense off, so that's not completely undoable. Hold on, I gotta jump in before
let's let Andrew
jump in, please,
because we gotta pay the bills. And shout out to our good friends at Oakley, who have been outstanding and are partially sponsoring tonight's wonderful broadcast. So you remember Jalen Brunson, the guy that got drafted in the 2nd round after winning multiple national titles at Villanova? Well, Chris, our good friends at Oakley, as well as Mr. Jonathan Macri, would like you to know exactly why Jalen Brunson, this past season, his first season in New York, was more than meets the eye.
Hey, what's up? Jonathan Macri here with our good friends at Oakley to tell you why Jalen Brunson's incredible first season in New York was more than meets the eye. Is it that Brunson became the first point guard in Knicks history to average at least 24 points a game? Is it that he became just the 2nd player in NBA history to average at least 24 points, 6 assists, and under 2.5 turnovers? No and no. It's that he did both of those things all while playing on a below-market contract that will become even more valuable under the new collective bargaining agreement. So yes, we should all be very thankful that the Mavericks had to find out the hard way that Jalen Brunson is more than meets the eye. And you go.
I was going to say that brings us to hour 2, but I get at this later. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, speaking of Jalen Brunson, that's a perfect segue because part of the reason why Jalen Brunson is not in Dallas anymore, I think, is because they didn't want to pay him, and that is because they have some pretty severe financial issues from some of the poor decisions that they have made over the years. Unloading Bertans helps. They could, if they wanted to be, now that they have offloaded Bertans, they could be a cap space team this summer if they wanted to be. Obviously, that would mean Kyrie Irving goes bye-bye because Kyrie Irving has a mammoth cap hold, so you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't keep Kyrie's cap hold and get the cap space. You either get the cap space or you get to keep Kyrie. And I did some quick math in my head. I don't know if how much cap space would be. I think it would be enough to make a pretty significant offer to somebody. But this is a big deal for them to clear Bertans' salary. It's $17 million next year. That's not a small amount of money.
So let's reset hour 2 of our draft live stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We've got close to 600 people watching live on a night the Knicks on the night the Knicks do not have a pick. We are through 10 picks of the NBA draft. WNBA draft is very, very far away from now. And it's the biggest surprises so far. We've had a couple trades. Indiana and Washington traded 7 and 8. Dallas traded out of number 10. The Charlotte Hornets passed on Scoot Henderson and took Brandon Miller with the second pick. And as everybody expected, Victor Wembanyama went 1, and the Thompson twins went back-to-back with the 4th and 5th pick. 11th is Orlando, their second pick of the draft, and they are currently on the clock.
And one last thing, the traded player exception that OKC is not sending to Dallas. I mean, Dallas gets a traded player exception from this. That's not nothing. $17 million. Now, traded player exceptions can't be combined. So, like, if they did another deal and got another traded player exception, can't combine traded player exceptions. But for them to be able to now trade for a player, this is going to be fascinating because now they have the 12th pick. Could they send the 12th pick somewhere and take on a player by sending out the 12th pick into that traded player exception, such that a team?
How big is it?
$17 million because it's Davis Bertans. That's
right. Okay,
that's how big the traded player exception is. So, it's
Evan
one
Fournier.
thing. Yeah, right. He makes a little bit more than that, unfortunately. But it'd be one thing if a team was acquiring 12 or whatever, pick the Dallas Mavericks had, and they had to stomach, let's say the remaining, how many years does Timmy have left? My God.
Oh my God.
The remaining, he actually only has 2 left. 2 years of Timmy left. Now they don't have to do that. What?
Chris, you got to say words if you're going to react. What's up?
Listen, man. Jett Howard from Michigan just went at 11th overall.
Wow.
Now, I am not trying to say I don't like Jett Howard. I am probably the only person.
Juwan's kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the only person I know that has Jett as the best prospect out of Michigan. Everybody else that I talk to, literally everybody else, Sam Vecini, Wilco, everybody thinks Kobe Buffkin is better. I think Prez maybe has Jett higher, and I don't think he does. Everyone thinks Kobe, but I have Jett Howard as the better prospect of the two. Okay. But to take him at 11, I was going to, you brought up, I was going to make a Nepo baby joke. Like this is kind of crazy. Like, I think this is very high for someone who I'm not sure can play defense.
You have him 22 on your board, your big board.
So Jett Howard is in a tier on my big board, and I'll tell you who he's in a tier with. But he's in a tier. Basically, the first tier on my big board is the same as Vicini's. It's tier Vic is what we call it because that's that. Tier 2 for me is all NBA bets. Betting on guys that you think could maybe make all NBA. That's Scoot, Cam, and Amen. My next tier is guys that I think, if they're not all-stars, will be really, 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 really good starters or elite role players. Jairus Walker, Brandon Miller, Ausar Thompson, Taylor Hendricks. My next tier is guys that I think are really good bets to maybe be a star, but probably just a good starter or a really, really great role player. The next tier is guys who I think are like a lock to be good role players, but not really have that star upside. And the tier after that is where I have Jett Howard is.
Okay.
In the tier with guys like Kobe Buffkin, Colby Jones, Jordan Hawkins, who Benji loves, Chris Murray, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Rayon Rupert, Marcus Sasser, Ben Shepherd. I have Jett Howard in a tier of guys who I think are going to stick in the NBA for 10 plus years. And I think will be good players, but not that have all-star upside at all. And so to take him in the lottery is weird. I would have gone with Grady Dick if I were them over Jett Howard if I wanted a shooter. So I find that odd. Yeah. So if you're watching, you see I've got Jett. Geez, sorry. If you're watching, you see I've got Jett Howard 22 on my big board here. His teammate from Michigan, Kobe Buffkin, right here at 23. This tier of guys here, the color of the lines underneath the guys is the tier they're in. So Omax is in the tier above. But for these guys here, these are all guys who I think are just going to be good. Like they're going to be good players, whether they're the worst starter on the court or the best bench player on the court or the second best bench player on a contender. These guys are going to be good and they're going to help teams for a decade plus. Now, that doesn't mean I would take any of them at 11th overall. I think it's tough with Jett. And here's the quick sell and reason why. Like here's the 60-second or less summary. You know, get the.
He has a cool name. His first name's Jett. Is that the?
Yeah, cool name. Passes the name test. For me personally, there's like a hack. If your dad got a cup of coffee in the NBA or was just a role player or a rotational guy, you're going to be a stud. Go look up quickly like NBA father-son duos and just look at the not great fathers and how good their sons are in the league. There's something about there's something about dads who knew what it took to stick around in the league for a long time as a fringe guy that breeds stars. And I think Jett Howard is one of those guys who is going to benefit from Juwan, who's literally a college head coach, having a whole lot of wisdom to impart on him.
Juwan was a much better player than like a guy who just hung on.
Right. But
no, he was
good.
He was a borderline all-star.
Yeah. So that's the thing with Jett is like, I don't know if he fits my bill. I don't know if he fits my bill for that. And here's the other thing.
Yeah,
he's offensively versatile. John, he's 6'7" and he can handle the ball. And I think he has playmaking feel. So you can run a pick and roll where Jett Howard is the ball handler, or you can have him run a pick and pop and go get open. He's a great shooter. Here's the thing. I don't know if he can defend his own position or twos. Twos might be too quick for him and threes might be too big for him. And it's not that he's not the size of a three. It's that he's scrawny. And so it's tough for me to say he's going to hold his own defensively at all in his first 2 years in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the second pick for the Magic, so maybe they felt like, look, we got an extra bite.
Which is why I would have gotten an upside swing, but they went high floor with both guys.
So you're not gonna like this. Derek Lively, we love, is going to the Mavs, so they get what they hope is their long-term answer at the center position, because I know enough from listening to you. Lively is good. And I wasn't 100% sure about this, but now I could say it because Bobby Marks confirmed it with Tim McMahon. The Mavs will not only get the traded player exception, they will also now be able to open up the full mid-level exception. So here's what the Mavs have done with this trade. They have given themselves a chance to add a player that makes up to $17 million via trade. Give themselves a chance to sign a player, and I think they may have to waive and stretch Reggie Bullock's last year of his deal because he has a small guarantee on that. Either way, they're going to be able to open up the full mid-level, and that's $12 million that they're going to be able to spend. And then on top of all that, they do get to keep the Kyrie Irving cap hold, so they'll be able to re-sign Kyrie for whatever amount of money. Why does all this matter? Because I think the Mavs are obviously an object of fascination for all of us Knicks fans, for me at least. And we do own their pick next year, so they should be pretty good with what if they could execute on what they did tonight and actually bring in some players with the flexibility that they've given themselves. they put themselves in a nice position with what they did here. So good job by them. And again, good job by OKC going and getting their guy and doing what they needed to do it. So I feel like this is going to be a trade where both teams are going to be very happy with how it turns out. But
totally fine with that assessment. For me, Derek Lively for the Mavs, just to give you a sense of what they're getting, is weirdly kind of an upside pick. But it brings a floor.
If he could shoot, right? That's the thing. If he could shoot, Sam Vecini told you if we knew he could shoot, he'd be a top 5 pick in the draft.
Exactly as I talked about with Sam Vecini, exactly where I was going. If you pretend that offense doesn't exist, that all Lively can do is dunk because he's tall, he might be a really good player the way we see Mitchell Robinson as a really good player. Maybe not the perfect guy for every series because a guy like Bam Adebayo can outclass him top to bottom and erase him, make him look invisible. But he also probably was the best Knick throughout the first round. If you want to look at production per second on the court, and it's like, I think that Derek Lively can be that kind of, I agree with Sam. He can be that kind of guy. I just don't see him as being able to move the same way that Mitch does. And I remember, Mitch, we kind of forget how mobile he was when he got to the league because he went too far to the other end of the spectrum and then had to slim down. But Lively's kind of starting from where Mitch is now in the sense where it's like he's bulked up and he's not too small, too big. So I don't think he can move the way young Mitch can. And he definitely isn't strong the way big Mitch could. So So, it'll be interesting. I do think he'll muscle up now that basketball is his full-time job. That's always a big consideration. The thing is that if you get literally anything from him on offense, if he can make passing reads out of the short roll, the ball in Dallas is about to zip around the court, and Luka's not going to be this super set, like isocentric. Like they're going to be able to play a style of basketball that's more conducive to Luka passing and setting a screen. And you're going to be like, what? He can do that?
And the kid they got out of the G League last year, who kind of came on late. He's more I'm forgetting who it is, but he had a good rookie season. So looking at the board again, we got Cam still on. We got Dick still on here. And we got Buffkin. Between Dick and Buffkin, those are just 2 all-time last names.
Listen.
Yeah.
We got a lot of cool names in this draft class. CD Sissoko, Brandon Podzemski, but Brandon
Pods I love. I had never heard that nickname until Jeremy.
AirPods. Yeah. AirPods is like what Prez. I don't know. Whatever. Trace Jackson Davis, Olivier Maxence Prosper. We got a lot of cool names in this draft.
Hold on. There's an Olivier
Maxence.
Does he act on the side?
It's not Olivier, and then last name is Maxence Prosper with a hyphen. No,
it's Olivier Maxence.
First name is Olivier hyphen Maxence. Last name Prosper. I mean, what else could you ask for in a name draft? He's going top 5.
Let's
Jacob
knock out some super chats.
My God, Jacob.
That's a good idea.
Jacob supported Dream last night, and now he's here at the draft live stream. This is my guy. Jacob is actually a really big fan of you two gentlemen, but he's kind enough to join for my streams as well. So
thank you, Jacob. To be a fly on the wall in the Portland and Dallas war room. What?
Chris was in the middle of reading that.
No, I didn't start.
I thought it was passing it off to me.
Okay. Yeah. Alley-oop, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think if we make any moves tonight, we won't take a big swing, but help facilitate other deals. I wonder how the Knicks would help facilitate another deal because
their surplus of second-round picks next year. If there's any team that doesn't want to pick in this year's draft, the Knicks will gladly help someone else acquire that pick by shifting around the value. The Knicks have 5 picks in next year's draft that project to be in the top 40.
Yeah.
Can we just say that?
Freaking
lot.
For sure. Because the 2 first rounders, their own first rounder, and then the Mavs first rounder, and then they have the 3 seconds. So, and you never know, crazy shit could happen. Maybe
if you're Denver and you got these 3 picks and you're thinking to yourself, there's 2 guys we absolutely need. And you get one with the first pick, and then you get the other with the second pick. And then you're sitting there and you're going,
I don't really need the third.
Do we
one
go
anymore.
a draft and stash? Do we send him to the G League? Oh, the Knicks will give us 3 top 40 picks next year. Yeah, they're all second rounders, but this is a second round. Oh, yeah. And then all of a sudden,
If there's a guy they like,
exactly.
I don't know. Harry Donor, always appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Glad you're here with us tonight.
Thank you, Harry, man. Appreciate it.
David Gradare, what's going on, Dave? So, sign and trade Julius to Portland for Jeremy Grant and Scoot Henderson. I love it. Hell of a job, Leon. Yeah, you could just rename Madison Square Garden the Leon Rose Center if he did that. I think that would be pretty good. And Dom, what's going on, Dom? How are you, man? Hope you're enjoying your summer.
What's up, Dom?
Dom Cappuccini. I just want to hop in and say hi. Maybe nothing happens tonight. It doesn't matter. Love the content. We appreciate you. I can talk myself into Paul George or Levine barely. I don't think I can with anyone else. Might as well run it back probably. So regarding Paul George, for anybody who's watching may not have heard the scuttlebutt today. Ian Begley was the first to report that the Knicks and Clippers had discussions. And then there was a report from an LA Times writer whose name I'm looking up right now, Andrew Greif or Grief. I hope I'm not completely butchering the pronunciation of his last name, in which he reported that the Knicks did indeed reach out to the Clippers, but then after hearing whatever they heard from LA, went back and huddled up and decided, you know what? 33 years old, about to get even more expensive, injury risk. Not the business or I shouldn't say that. It did not have that level of finality, but basically intimated that the Knicks, what is the word he used, have become hesitant about acquiring George, which to me says that they heard what the cost would be, and then they considered all of those considerations and were like, yeah, you know what, that's not the business we want to be in right now, which who could blame them for that? Levine's interesting. I don't know. We'll save Levine talk for later because I have a feeling he make
really quick. We got a little scoop ski from Ian Begley. I won't call it a big scoop. It's not a trade or anything, but just something he got a note from Dallas's front office.
Yeah.
Some people with the Mavs felt Derek Lively reminded them of DPOY and NBA champ Tyson Chandler. So the Mavericks, a lot of people pinned Lively to the Mavericks at 10. So John, you were kind of singing their praises a little bit. Think about the fact that they got their guy two spots after they drafted. And what did they do? What did they give up? They
got rid of $17 million.
They benefited from it. Oh, so this is really good for the Mavericks. Honestly, Nico Harrison, way too kind of. I think Nico Harrison just extinguished the fire under his butt. Like I think there was like a pressure, like the Mavs are so screwed. Kyrie's gonna go to play with LeBron, and it's like they're actually in great shape right now. So that's cool.
And they do have a break in case of emergency plan if Kyrie goes to them. It's like, yeah, I'm out. I want to go to LA because they will be able to maneuver into cap space, I think, pretty easily at that point and sign Fred VanVleet, Draymond Green, whoever you want to link to them. Stevens Guillaume with our next super chat. What's going on, Stevens? How are you, man? Been a minute since I caught a KFS live. Well, we haven't done. We do one a week, right? That's it.
This is our third this week, but mostly it's been once a week.
Mostly,
right?
damn it, John. So don't feel too bad. Chris, thanks for your hard work with Dream Series. Definitely been informative heading into tonight. John GMAC, always great to see you. Hashtag and Leon we trust. Well, very nice. Thank you, Stevens. It's good to see you too.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the kind words about Dream and draft class. Really,
Ray, I need to give a shout out because I've had such a crazy week and I haven't been doing a good job of promoting my own product. Ray Marcano has guest authored for the Knicks Film School newsletter, five straight newsletters. So the first one was last Friday, and then every day this week. And his series concluded today, in which he looked at the best late round draft picks in NBA history, and late round specifically. He went back and researched when the NBA used to be 3 rounds or more, which was up until I believe it was the late 80s, mid to late 80s. And let me tell you, the stuff that I learned reading what Ray dug up over the last week has been absolutely phenomenal. If you're a newsletter subscriber and you have somehow missed one of those newsletters, make sure you go check that out. Some fun stuff he dug up. And if you're not a newsletter subscriber, feel free to subscribe to the Knicks Film School newsletter. And Ray with a question here. Is Isaiah Thomas running the Wizards' weird draft?
This is more like is Sam Hinkie running the Wizards. I think I think it's the other direction. Ray, I get what you're saying, but I'm gonna be the but actually guy, and I'm gonna say I think it's the actual other direction, as opposed to the Wizards taking that pick and moving it for a star like Mr. Zeke would have. I think that. Sorry, I tried to remember my nicknames there. I was born after he retired.
No,
anyway,
you got it right.
So basically, I am wearing, I don't know if you saw, I'm wearing a shirt from before I'm born. Got a vintage Nike shirt on from 96. I was born in 02. So I respect my 90s. I respect my 90s stuff.
I
But
was 8 years old.
so that was -6. Basically, Ray, I think that Washington is like, today they really loudly said, we are really happy to be bad. They're going to give Jordan Poole the keys to the car. And they are picking a guy at number 7 who, if there's 4 seconds left on the shot clock and you pass him the ball, yeah, you have a better shot of like, I'm not trying to throw shots at NBA players. I'm just trying to give a idea of where he's at. Like, I'd rather trust RJ Barrett with 4 seconds on the clock. I'd rather trust Josh Giddey with 4 seconds on the like guys who I don't even consider top tier scorers. Like whatever. It's the 7th pick in the draft, and Coulibaly is like, he can't do much besides be ridiculously athletic right now, and it's a project pick. And you know what? This could age. Coulibaly could age and be the 10th best player in this draft. He could be the 5th best player in this draft. It's just going to take 3 to 4 years before you reap those benefits. So this is a very loud, the smoke is black coming out of the hut here that Washington's okay tanking.
This just in, Dick is up. It is going to Canada, up north.
Whoa!
North of the border to Toronto.
That's so not them. Fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting pick by them. I mean, he wore Raptor red tonight, so I guess there's that.
Yeah.
I wonder, are there shoulder pads in that blazer he's wearing? I don't know. Regarding, just real quick on Ray's thing, a reminder that Isaiah Thomas is actually literally running an NBA team, if you believe reports. And shockingly enough, a team that owned every single one of its draft picks like 6 months ago now owns none of its draft picks, which is like, you can't write this shit. You really just
that's Zeke. Yeah, Grady Dick is so the opposite of he's like, the Raptors have exclusively drafted 6-7 guys who cannot play offense and have just assembled a team of them. And Grady Dick is a 6'8" guy who can't play defense. Like, they're
balancing it out.
Yeah. So the thing with Grady, and I'm going to keep calling him Grady, even though I usually
good job by you not being the immature
go with
one.
Last names.
But don't worry, I'll pick up the slack.
Yeah, thank you. So fits like a puzzle here. So basically, anyway, so Grady Dick will get targeted on defense. This is something that people like Adam Spinella and Vicini have said about him. This is something I've said about him. Like, LeBron in the final 2 minutes of the game, if he's on the court, is going to be like, get me that guy on a screen. Or
but isn't that most rookies, in fairness?
Oh, I'm talking about in year 6.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. You don't think he has a path to becoming an NBA level?
He's long, but when you watch the hips, it's like, yikes. And, I know everyone in Knicks Twitter hates the hip analysts because of Obi Toppin, but Obi Toppin still can't post up Dean Wade, shout out Fred Katz, in year 3. So basically it's like
Dean Wade hive.
So it's basically with Grady Dick, it's like, you're hoping he can become an average defender because then you can justify playing him in the clutch. If you can justify playing him in the clutch, you got to guard him out to 33, 34. And just like pee your pants while hoping he doesn't run faster than you and get open. If there's 0.9 seconds on the clock, that guy's getting the ball and coming off a screen and taking a curl three. Like, it's just, he is so good at shooting the basketball, and he's also tall. And I have someone who I really trust who says they don't see much of it, but like they don't think there should be more than 3 draft spots between Brandon Miller and Grady Dick. Now, I'm not there. I'm not there personally, but that's someone I trust, so I will represent their opinion accordingly. I had Brandon Miller at number 6 on my board. I had Grady Dick at number 12 on my board. As Shams Charania says, the Mavericks are already active in the marketplace with their $17 million trade exception. And
one other thing I want to note, and you touched on it before, Jonathan Wasserman tweeted out a few minutes ago regarding the guy who is, speaking of your board, number 3 on your board, Cam Whitmore's medicals creating all sorts of worrying. This has come back to haunt teams more often than not, implying that like when teams start to get scared of medicals this late in the process, it's usually a mistake.
Well, that happened with AJ Griffin, and I think that didn't matter so far. So with me, I'll say 2 things can be true. 1, I completely ignored AJ Griffin's injury problems, and I put him at number 5 on my big board last year, and he averaged like 9, 2, and 1 for Atlanta in 18 minutes a game this year, 47% shooting, 39 from 3, something like that. And basically, that's literally off the top of my head. That could all be made up. I think it's right though. But basically, I brought that up to someone who would know things, and I was like, "Well, I didn't care about AJ Griffin's medicals, and that went well for me. I kind of just have to evaluate what I see on the court." And they were "That's fair, but Cam's medicals are worse than AJ's, and AJ's were a problem." So,
Jordan Hawkins out of UConn, who some people think might be the best shooter in the draft, is going 14 at New Orleans. So New Orleans takes a guard, not the guard they perhaps coveted tonight, but they got a guard.
Read the super chat on the screen real quick.
Oh, it's Sean with the W. What's going on? What's a good spot to trade into for what?
For Wit.
For
As
Wit.
In Whitmore.
Oh,
I'll hang up and listen.
I can't read. I'll hang up and listen. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just be quiet. Chris, well, let's go through the board here, because I can't believe that Whitmore is still on the board. What do we have that any of these teams want?
Cam Whitmore's medicals were worse than AJ Griffin's, and AJ Griffin's were concerning enough that he was a top 5 player on my board, and he went 15.
And he was a top 5 player on a lot of people's boards. Well, okay, so first we should say the team up at 15 next is the team that actually picked AJ Griffin and looked past the medicals, and that is the Atlanta Hawks.
They should do it here too.
Also notable that the Knicks and Hawks have been trade partners in the past. Obviously, the Cam Reddish trade
for another Cam. Yes.
Yes. For how funny would that be if they traded again, except it's a different Cam. Here's what we know about the Hawks. The Hawks are looking to offload money. The Knicks could theoretically take on bad money, not into cap space because they have no cap space, but they do have a very large expiring contract in Evan Fournier. Now, man. No, they're at this point they have to be determined to get something of value for John Collins, and I don't even want to live in a world where John Collins is on the Knicks. So I'm just gonna.
That's not happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna scoot right past this. I do not think Cam Whitmore is worth it for them. The Jazz own the 16th pick in the draft.
They would want.
They would want more than we'd be willing to give up.
We would say, "Hey, what do you want for the 16th pick?" And they'd be like, "We'll do Quentin Grimes straight up." And we'd be like, "Jesus Christ."
Oh man, I was just gonna.
In a vacuum, I'd swap Grimes for. In a vacuum, I'd swap Grimes for Whitmore in 2 seconds. I'd take.
What about quickly?
I would take. Oh no. But Grimes, yes. Grimes, I'd take 1 second to think about it, and then the second to hit the button. But the thing is, if the medicals are that bad, then you don't do it, because if Grimes can play 78 games a year, then that's great. The thing with Whitmore is that the knee problems are so directly related to why I have him so high. his athleticism is ludicrous. He's a 99th percentile.
You mean they take
vertical
away
athlete.
the thing that?
Yeah, like he's
makes
a
you put him that high.
99th percentile vertical athlete. He's a 99th percentile lateral athlete. Like P3 sports science, like he damn near broke their system, right? Like the only guy who compares, and no, not on the court, in the sports science lab. The only guy who compares that I've scouted in my lifetime is Anthony Edwards to Cam Whitmore's athleticism. That's a big deal. But if Cam Whitmore's knee has a problem, then how accessible is that athleticism? How accessible are the game-breaking tools that are the reason that I have him at number 3 on my board?
I'm just going to answer Sean's question really quickly and say that I don't think that there is a deal to be made, because it would involve either the Knicks giving up like a Quickly or a Grimes, which I don't think they're going to do, or it would involve the Knicks giving up a future. I mean, unless Whitmore falls like into the 20s, if it's in the next handful of picks, 15, 16, 17, if a team is trading out of that spot, they're going to want a draft asset, a future draft asset that has a chance of being pretty good. And which means in translation is I don't think any of the Knicks protected picks are getting that done, which translation means the Knicks are going to have to put one of their own picks on the table and they're not doing that. So, I mean, look, maybe I'm wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong, because I think Whitmore, ever since you were very high on him, Chris, he's the one guy I did a little bit of homework on. I'm like, man, this guy could be really good.
He's like the project athlete wing, except he could step back to his left from 3 as a righty right now. And it's like, oh, okay.
Buffkin,
really
it's Buffkin to Atlanta, by the way, at 15.
Yeah.
And sorry, one real quick thing, since we were just talking about Cam Whitmore.
That's so weird. The one of Trey or DeJounte's.
Well, I mean, look, but that's the thing with I was trying to imply before. They are so like the two teams that were not transparent, that it was obvious that they were going to cut, 3 teams, I should say, cut money somehow this summer. The Warriors and the Clippers, because they just can't survive at this point, which is why the Clippers are going to find a way to make some sort of consolidation trade. And the Warriors did what they did today, offloading Jordan Poole. And then the Hawks, because you just can't justify the amount that they're going to be spending moving forward in the coming years on a roster that was the 8th seed in the playoffs this year. Jeremy Wu just tweeted out, with Cam Whitmore falling out of the lottery, my understanding is there is a palpable trepidation, good word choice, Jeremy, surrounding his medicals that has contributed to that slide. That chatter grew louder behind the scenes today. Whitmore could still be a real value pick for whoever grabs him.
He's the 3rd best prospect in this draft. Semicolon.
I mean, this is Michael Porter Jr.
I heard the word when it comes to knee injuries that starts with a D and has a E and then a G and then another E and then an N. And
it took me a minute, but I got
Can you just say the word? Degenerative?
Degenerative.
There you go.
It's not. Yeah.
It's
that explosive.
This could be a Brandon Roy type of thing.
Being that explosive is really tolling.
Oh man, who's in? Hold on, I need to lean on.
It's impossible to predict a career ender, but I do think that the talent is supreme, and that at the end of the day, this is a multi-dozen million-dollar business or multi-$100 million business that each team or each owner runs a multi-million-dollar business that adds up to a sum that's greater than the total of its parts, which is $100+ million. It's really tough to look at a guy who you think might not be able to give you a regular season for his whole tenure with you.
So a couple things. One, it's going to Keontae. The slide continues. It's Keontae George with the 16th pick.
Good for him, man.
Watch Cam go to Miami. Jesus.
Well, so the guy that I just thought of, and he was not a top 5 prospect by any stretch of the imagination, but I know you remember DeJuan Blair. With the Spurs.
That draft.
He fell to the 37th pick because there was some kind of degenerative issue in his knees. And that dude was like a player for a few years. He never like top 10 points a game, but he was really good. And he was out of the league by the age of 27. So like, I don't know. This is
let me say this on Cam Whitmore. Houston, like I said, met secretly with him twice in the last week. I would look at them if he continues to fall to try moving up a spot or two.
They have 20, right?
Yep. I can see them trying to move up a spot or two. If he falls, I can see them just taking him at 20. This is something they'll see as a value proposition, because if Houston can walk out of this draft with the number 4 and number 3 prospects on my big board, I think they'll do so really happily. I think that it requires Whitmore falling that far. And I could see them moving up a spot or two to secure him.
Another name, I don't know if Andrew's going to remember this one. This might be a little bit old for Andrew. I'm going to mispronounce his first name. Maje Lampe. Does that name mean anything?
Yeah, it's the 30th pick that fell to the Knicks.
Yes. And he was mocked to go in the top 5 of that draft. And then I remember watching that draft. Might have been one of the first draft I watched was the 1993 draft, but I remember watching that draft. And you would have thought by how I reacted when the Knicks took Maje Lampe, who if he walked into my living room, I wouldn't have known who he was, but like I just knew where he was mocked. You would have thought that the Knicks had just won the championship, how I reacted when the Knicks took him.
What I remember is this is one of the last drafts that was in the Garden, and Knicks Knicks fans reacted. He was
there. He came out of
the last one in the war room that was still there.
Wait, hold on.
Turned when he stood up and
was he in the war room or was he in
not
the
war
crowd?
room? This is back when they didn't have a war room and it was table. Well, now they don't have that either because they sit in tables on the floor. And he was the last person that hadn't gotten taken, and he turned to a jubilant Knicks crowd that was like, "Oh, we just got a top 10 value," and like waved his hands. And I don't have a meaningful NBA moment for him.
Here's this is a bad job by me. Did he ever actually play in the NBA?
Actually, don't know.
I don't think he did.
I don't know this name.
That's Chris. To that point,
no, he did.
That's how.
Yeah.
Hold on. Here we go.
No, I understand.
That's how that went.
Maje Lampe played 632 NBA minutes. He played for Phoenix because don't forget the Knicks sent his.
That's a good career.
They sent his rights to Phoenix in the Marbury trade, obviously. And this is just fantastic deep dive here. Maje Lampe once scored in an NBA game 17 points.
I was going to guess 20. Wow.
Against the Milwaukee Bucks in a Phoenix win. It took Phoenix to 23-47.
Hey-o.
Good job by Maje Lampe.
Hold
on, one more. The starting lineup for those Phoenix Suns that Maje Lampe scored 17 points. Joe Johnson, Amari Stoudemire, Sean Marion, Leandro Barbosa, and Antonio McDyess, baby. How you doing?
Hey, now. That name I know.
There you go. Okay, sorry. Enough Maje Lampe talk for tonight.
Let's talk Keontae George at 16 a little bit.
Please.
And we didn't really talk Jordan Hawkins at 15 or 14 much.
Give us a quick one on both.
For Jordan Hawkins at 14, Jonathan Wasserman had him 40 in one of his big boards at 40, and I agree with that assessment more than Sam Vecini, who had him at 18. Seems like NBA teams really bought into the winning pedigree at college, and thought that that was the way to go, was to just bet on that. I thought the Lakers at 17 would be the pick for him. I had Hawkins 25 on my big board because he has an NBA skill that's going to keep him in the league for at least 10 years. But the downside is that he's Isaiah Joe, who was available on the free agent market for a 4-year, $8 million deal to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And it's just tough in the lottery, which is supposed to be for swings at guys with game-breaking tools like Scoot Henderson, or then like Anthony Black or Bilal Coulibaly, who have athleticism that's kind of, especially Bilal, off the charts. Ant Black, just size and athleticism given his position. Hawkins could end up, I'll say this, and this might be disagreed with, but it's kind of just like my draft philosophy. Your goal shouldn't be to get a guy in the lottery that you think could be long-term one of the 14th best guys in the draft class. That's hitting for a single. You go for the best guy, and you go for who you think is going to be the best. I think this guy, the Utah Jazz took Udoka Azubuike at 28 overall. And I was on a live stream with you, sir, Jonathan Macri, and Spencer Pearlman. My draft dad in terms of like where I got all my early philosophy from. I just learned so freaking much from that guy.
I'm gonna tell Spencer.
But basically, he lives like a 5-minute drive from me. We're gonna get lunch one day. Anyway, basically, he was saying how Utah had Udoka top 10 on their board, and their analytics department had him top 2 on their board. They got him at 28. Believe in your own evaluations. Swing for the fences. Go deep. Right? Because if you make it to the lottery, if you're bad enough where you need something to lift you up, hitting for a single does what? The Yankees are down 10-0 to the Mariners right now. You think they're bunting? Oh yeah, Andrew. Yeah, they are. You think they're bunting?
Playing?
No, they're swinging deep. So basically, Jordan Hawkins to me is like hitting for a single that could be a double or maybe even a triple. Maybe get some XBH in there. But like, I just think that, man, that's uninspiring from New Orleans, who I thought might go with someone like Kobe Buffkin at that spot because he could play next to McCollum and cover up on defense and have the upside long-term to take over on offense. This just kind of feels like they're okay with Jordan Hawkins being the player he is right now. Not inspiring. It feels like they're going to run back BI and Zion and just keep the whole band together. Why not?
At this point, I think you'd have to assume that that's exactly what they're going to do, but we'll see. Real quick, this is from Jake Fisher, friend of the pod, Jake Fisher on Yahoo with Yahoo. The Jazz have been conducting plenty of trade calls about the number 28 pick. That was one of the buzzier topics around the league as this afternoon turned into evening. Been told the trade will depend on who is still on the board for the Jazz. I'm sure everybody will remember that the very first rumored Donovan Mitchell trade involved Obi Toppin going to Utah. So we'll see.
With them getting, they did take Taylor Hendricks.
They did take Taylor Hendricks.
It passed by on the ticker and I couldn't see it. Basically, I would say there's no need for that now that they have Markkanen and Hendricks. But if they're interested in being long and just a team that is out there moving the ball quick, yeah, I'd still go for Obi if I were them because you got such a good pick at 9. I just would swing for upside at that point. Like, this draft is deep enough where you're going to be able to get someone there at 28 who normally would have gone 22 in a regular draft. 21.
Do you want upside that is just starting a rookie contract, or do you want upside that is extension eligible? Before we get to a couple of these other prospects, we got some super chats to get out of the way. Matt Smith, what's going on, Matt? Giddy is 22 on Bill Simmons' trade list. I know. I thought that was a little high, but I was thinking of that when Chris was making his plea to have Giddy come off the bench. I don't think he's going to be coming off the bench yet. I mean, look, they do value him highly.
Bill Simmons' trade list is the most.
Look,
first of all, thank you,
agree.
Matt.
I thought it was silly.
Second of all, he forgot Emmanuel quickly. And I'm not talking about like, he hates the Knicks and he's slighted. No. Like, he actually gave Brunson and Randall really nice and good rankings. He just straight up forgot. And RJ. He just straight up forgot Emmanuel quickly. Like, Kelly Olynyk made the back of that list.
Let's get Bill Simmons on the pod to see if he forgot quickly or if he intentionally left quickly off.
No, he forgot him. He has no idea, that guy.
I'll make some time next week.
Thank you, Matt. The 6-man argument. So
Dom Cappuccini. I bet Malcolm Brogdon made the list. I don't know where. Dom Cappuccini. Take 8. A moment and flash back to last year at this time at 11th, where chaos ensued and some angry feelings revealed themselves from KFS.
I tweeted that it was uninspiring for them to make that move.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you who would look nice in a Knick jersey, and I maintain that they could have had Brunson and Jalen Williams, but I digress. Only to get
then Brunson, they wouldn't have gotten Hartenstein.
That's accurate. Yes,
you would be backing up like Sims. Have fun with that.
So interesting alternate universe. Only to get Brunson at the end of the day. Good times. Yeah, I mean, look, you can't judge draft night on draft night. You got to wait and see how everything plays out. But like, I don't know. I think for this, the way we're going on this night in particular, like, the reports are out there. Like, Obi, they're going to try to move Obi. They're going to try to do it right by Obi. That's not conjecture anymore at this point. I mean, Ian Begley said it. It's like and it's not just Ian. Like, other beat reporters have said essentially the same thing. So how are you going to move him? What are you going to move him for? Where are you going to move him? And the draft is tonight, so like there should be, in theory, an opportunity to ship him out and bring in a player who could potentially, the next player in your pipeline. And I think that's important. So I do think that there is, an ounce of urgency, perhaps.
IKF is pitching right now, Andrew. Anyway.
Thank you, Dom, by the way.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. Thank you, Dom. Yeah, Hartenstein and Brunson was the haul for that 11th pick, as well as the protected pick. So that's how you got to look at it. Jeremy loves putting it that way, and it's because it's how it happened, and people like to ignore the Hartenstein aspect of it. Which is important. Yeah, that guy's like a top 12 center in the NBA right now. So that's what it is. I'll do a list with you someday. Anyway,
Hartenstein is a very, 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 very good backup center. That's what I will say about Hartenstein.
Top 14 center in the league. All right. Anyway, basically do the list, man.
I will do it.
It's skimmer than you think. Anyway, Keontae George at 16 to the Jazz really quick. If he drops, then if his outcome, like his development curve drops, you're getting someone who it's like, how did this guy go in the first round? So I understand the floor being low at George. I just think the same way I kind of poo-pooed away LaMelo Ball's 3-point shooting percentages in Australia and New Zealand, because so many times when there was 2 seconds left on the clock, his teammates were like, that guy can shoot it and miss. They just tossed him the hot potato. I think a lot of that happened to Keontae at Baylor, where he's taking shots that he just never take in the NBA. I think the percentages are lying a little bit, the saying, this person lies, numbers don't lie. No, numbers can lie. You got to know how to read them. Keontae's really talented. If he pans out high on the development curve, he's not only a high assist guy, but he's a high 3-point volume guy, someone who you trust to go out there and pull from 28 if the defense gives him 2 feet of room. He's an offensive dynamo. The thing is that for him to get there, he's got to be able to, 1, stick on the floor on defense, and 2, not turn the ball over and make a lot of his shots. So I think Utah is a great landing spot. That's a good ground zero for him to start from in terms of situation from day one, because he can go out there and afford to mess up.
Good stuff. Let's get to a couple more super chats before we react to the next pick. Here's one from Daniel Soto. Go ahead, John. You are muted. Now
my mic is unmuted.
There you go.
People can actually hear what I'm saying. Daniel Soto, love KFS. Great show. Shout out to Chris as well for his hard work. I second that. I don't watch much college basketball. His work analysis has been great. I got to tell you.
Same.
This is I so depended on your analysis through this draft season, because I just because usually you get to a point in a Knicks season when the Knicks are not great, as they have been much of the last 20 years. And you're like, okay, it's time to start caring about college and, figuring out what these guys are. Okay. So thank you. Sam Garcia's dad. What's going on, Sam Garcia's dad? I just want to say the Rams are in the house, as I too am a Fordham grad. So we got a bunch of Fordham grads here. Okay. Waiting on Leon to make my night. Nothing better than KFS in the evening. Cheers. You just remind, I needed, so can I, because he has a little, for anybody listening to this, he has a little scotch glass or bourbon glass, whiskey glass, whatever.
Do you want to tell us what you're drinking, John?
Well, here's the thing. I told you I'm doing this. Maybe I haven't told you. I tried to do this 21-day fix thing with my wife, in solidarity with her.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing it. I'm doing it. And alcohol is not really a part of that. So I've had 1 bottle of wine since I got back from vacation. It's been an adjustment. I don't know. I feel like I may take 2 minutes and go fill myself up. Just
read one more super. I wish you the best of luck in that, by the way, in your
21-day fix.
21-day fix in solidarity with your wife. I have my own obligations in less than 21 days, so I understand the feeling. Let's get one more super chat in before we react to the most recent pick.
Sergio Acosta, thank you. These guys.
Thank you guys.
You guys are so generous. Thank you, man. Chris, the only KP New York needs. Chris's K penis is just it's just far away the best. J Mac and GMA see her. Right?
His Grady dick. What? I just said a basketball player's name. I know what you're talking about.
We're all gonna wind up in the same handbasket.
Yes. Just showing some love. I'd like Levine and maybe a long wing defender. If we
Olivier Maxence Prosper.
I was about to. Well, I think he just went to. Speak of the devil, I think he just went to the Lakers. No,
Nope.
sorry.
That's the other hyphen.
I was. you knew where I was going.
I gotcha.
Jalen Hood Schifino, who was another guy. Again, I know this from listening
Coached
to
by
you,
Mike Woodson this year,
and he kind of rose up draft boards. So yeah, so the guy that you just said is still available. It's interesting because when I think about, and thank you again for the contribution, Sergio. When I think about Obi and I think about the fact that they might look to move on, and then I think back to the deadline when we first heard some Obi rumors, the name that we were hearing in conjunction with the Knicks is Jared Vanderbilt. Now, obviously, Jared Vanderbilt has since gone to the Lakers. I like that sort of player to replace Toppin, who is more defensively apt, I guess you'd say. But do you think, let's just say for Chris, for argument's sake, let's say they got the guy that whose name I've already forgotten that you just said that would qualify for this.
Olivier Maxence Prosper at a Marquette. By the way, Jake Fisher just put out there. Remember when I said earlier that I've heard the Rockets would be willing to trade up for Cam Whitmore?
Yes.
If he fell, the Jake Fisher just tweeted, the Rockets have called the Lakers, Heat, and Warriors at 17, 18, and 19, but it won't tell. The Houston will not tell rival front offices who they're targeting with a potential trade up from 20. Wonder who that is.
Well, anyway, Olivier Maxence Prosper, small forward, power forward, as you said, at a Marquette. Do you think he's the guy? He's the sort of guy that would get potentially get rotation minutes for Tom Thibodeau early on?
I could see Tibbs hearing the Knicks drafted someone and that he has to play him and being like, damn it, not another rookie.
He's played rookies in 2 of his 3 seasons.
He watches. Quickly was not his choice. I'll put it that way. Anyway,
played him now.
It's whether he would play him, not did he want to play him, Chris.
Yeah,
would he play him?
Okay. So, yes, and I think he would be fine with it as soon as he saw him in camp.
Okay.
That's
good to know. You want to get one more, Andrew?
Nah, Chris, tell us about Jalen Hood Schifino. Yes.
I will be right back.
So, go ahead, sir. Jalen Hood Schifino is a point guard, shooting guard out of Indiana. He's really interesting because if you buy his offense, he should have gone before Keontae George. If you buy his if you buy everything about him, he's a top 12 guy to me. It's like he's versatile with the ball in his hands. He can shoot. His signature feature is just how dirty he is at crossing over, stopping on a dime, and pulling up. I mean, if I had to guard this guy, Andrew, I'd get sent face first into the floor, getting my ankles broken every play down. He is shifty. No pun intended with the last name, but listen, this kid is really fun. The concern is he played in the Big Ten, where a lot of the point guards are 6 foot white men like me who are not going to make it to the NBA. Johnny Davis did really well last year in the Big Ten and is now known as the biggest draft bust of his year. So, I just think it's tough. I think there's a reason why you saw guys, no one of Buffkin or Hood Schifino went top 10, the Big Ten guard thing, teams are kind of done screwing up and reaching for them. But I would say with Hood Schifino, the floater shows you that the touch is there. You can buy the shot. The handle is great. He gives you good size in the backcourt. And I think something underrated about him is his defense. He's not a fantastic defender, but what he does have is that willingness and that desire to go out there and defend. And for me, that's 51% of that end of the floor is, do you want to do it? You can have all the tools. If you don't want to do it, who cares? Right. So a guy like Jaime Jaquez Jr., who doesn't even look like he belongs anywhere besides an LA Fitness, is someone I have in the first round because I think he just wants to go out there and play. I think he wants to go be a gamer. I think he wants to go get steals. I think he wants to shut you down. I think he wants to dive on the floor and bump you out the way to get that loose ball. Tibbs guy. I described him on Dream last night as the biggest Tibbs guy in the whole draft. And I just think that if Jalen Hood Schifino brings that level of aggression to the table, he'll absolutely play up to his draft slot. But if he doesn't, you might get people questioning, how tall Ish Smith went in the first round. And it's like, well, you know, it's all about the process for me. And I think this is a great pick for Los Angeles because he has the defensive ability to bring value for them day one, but also the offensive upside where obviously once it's LeBron's time coming up, they can grow going forward as well.
Very good stuff, Chris. We are almost done with hour 2, or I guess we're technically going to transition to hour 3 in just a second. First, we are going to, while John is on a break, still bring John back to the broadcast, Chris. And in yet another edition, or more specifically, another segment brought to you by our friends at Oakley, a guy that's gotten a lot of ire this offseason, Mr. Chris Persianen, is one Julius Randle. Well, despite what people think, Julius Randle actually had a pretty good season that just happened. And here's John Macri, courtesy of our friends at Oakley, to tell you why Julius Randle, All-NBA player, All-Star, was more than meets the eye.
Hey, what's up? Jonathan Macri here with our good friends at Oakley to tell you why Julius Randle's All-NBA season was more than meets the eye. In scoring over 1,900 points this season, Randle moved into 20th place on the franchise's all-time scoring list. He also averaged just over 25 points a night, becoming the 7th Knick ever to do so. Finally, he became just the 57th player ever to top 57 points. How's that for some symmetry? Yes, we're disappointed by his playoff performance, but even so, this season from Julius Randle gave us more than meets the eye.
Thank you, John, and thank you to our friends at Oakley. We are entering hour 3 of our program here on draft night. The biggest surprises so far, Cam Whitmore, number 3 on Chris's big board, is still available. We are at pick 18 of the NBA draft. The Miami Heat are on the board. The Eastern Conference champion Miami Heat are on the board, which are followed by the Golden State Warriors.
Jaime Jaquez? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Jaquez.
Oh, did that officially happen?
Yeah.
Jaime Jaquez.
Okay. I made a video. I put out a TikTok, a Twitter video, everything today, making the case for Jaime Jaquez Jr. as a first-round player. I got some comments, too old, will never get taken in the first round. He's a senior, that he's not going there. Someone will take him in the second. Oh, you have him too high. Well, I had him at 27. So 18, take that for too high. Slams table a la David Fizdale.
Somebody in the Substack chat asked me about him, I think either earlier this week or late last week. So I reached out to somebody and I was like, hey, the Knicks had this guy in for a workout, and they were like, no, but I know he worked out for Miami, so wouldn't you know it? That's where he goes. I guess they were high on him.
To fully complete the reset, Brandon Miller went number 2 overall to the Charlotte Hornets, a bit of a stunner. Scoot Henderson then went number 3 to the Portland Trailblazers. The Thompson twins, the Thompson brothers, went 4 and 5, and there's only been 2 trades so far, involving 4 teams. The Wizards and the Pacers swapped 7 and 8, and then the Mavericks and the Thunder swapped 10 and 12. And we are here waiting now for the 19th pick to be by the Golden State Warriors.
Imagine going into one of these things is like you have a wide range, and you're like, well, I could spend the next, rookies get traded, but like I could spend the next 4 years of my life in like Sacramento, Indiana, Charlotte, and then you Salt Lake City. And you get drafted by Miami to go play for the Heat. How nice that must feel.
I mean, LA or Miami for that matter.
LA, Miami.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a rookie. What would your list be? Probably LA first, right? Then Miami.
Well, so me personally, this is boring, but I would take New York, and then the second would probably be LA.
I guess I'd want to play, right? Orlando.
So this may be an age thing, Chris. I'm kind of out on Florida at the moment, but I do recognize the tax benefits that would come from being a millionaire living down there. So I'm saying I'm a millionaire and I can live basically anywhere.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
New York or LA would probably be my choices.
Yeah, I think LA is a good choice. Anyway, you were saying.
Just got followed by a fake ex-New York Post Knicks reporter. So people are really bored tonight.
Okay.
Anyway,
so
Jaime Jaquez.
Anything more about Jaime Jaquez Jr.
He goes.
He went to the Miami Heat, Chris.
Yeah, he goes 18. Yep, Sean with the W just texted. Orlando's a sleeping giant. Yes, sir. Basically, I think that Jaime Jaquez screamed Thibodeau, so he should scream Heat culture just as much.
One and the same.
That's a guy who really wants to go win loose balls. I know Denver liked him with some of their picks, or one of their picks if he were there. Obviously not going to be. I think Jaime is someone who got better every year in college. And something about him that's impressive is that he committed to UCLA, and then the coach he committed to got fired, and they hired Mick Cronin, and he decided to stay and go to UCLA anyway, and kind of helped usher in that new era, and stayed for all 4 years and led them to a lot of success in the tournament. Just Jaime Jaquez is someone who just gets buckets. Like he okay. Now that especially Jalen Brunson is like a top 20 NBA player, I'm not throwing this out as a comparison, strictly talking about style of play. You know, he's like a 6'7" wing version of Brunson in that he won't beat you with his first step and he won't muscle through you, but he's sneaky strong and his footwork is like tantalizingly incredible. And his handle is phone booth worthy in the sense where it's like, yeah, 4 seconds left on the clock. He could probably go get you a bucket in the mid range, but he's really bought into team concepts. He's really bought into team defense. He wants to go get steals. He wants to get blocks down low. He probably won't be down low too much because he's built like me, but you know, out there, he will be productive for the Miami Heat. This is a good team taking a good player and getting better because he's cost controlled. That's the advantage here.
And shout out to his mom, who has a fabulous dye job and is just absolutely to the nines right now.
What are you, Clyde?
I had no idea where that sentence was going.
What?
Remember Clyde with Trier's?
She's a very attractive mom. That's
Chris,
all.
That was
Wrong
my
with
thought.
pointing that out.
Yes, you are correct. Shout out to Jacques' mom,
Clyde Frage. We've got another
Pods
pick.
is gone.
We got another pick. I thought that Golden State would go with Chris Murray here. They went with Brandon Podzemski. NBA teams really buying him. He's someone who I'm going to do another Jalen Brunson comp, not in terms of his play, but in terms of how he's discussed. The same way that Jalen Brunson has been a but player his whole life. Yeah, he did the winning, but he's small. Yeah, he's the best player in college basketball twice and won the championship. But, you know, there's always something. There's always something. For me, I'm one of those people with Podzemski. I had him at 35 on my big board because I don't think his size will
really.
I don't think the size holds up in the NBA.
Okay.
I didn't buy his hype the way a lot of other draft analysts did and people did. He's really skilled with the ball in his hands. But he's so small that I even had a 6'2" point guard in Marcus Sasser over him because
but he's 6'5".
Yeah, and again,
but he's a small 6'5", is what you're saying.
Built like me. Like it's scrawny, narrow shoulders. He doesn't project to be getting very bulky. And so for the Warriors, this is a cool pick because Pods is someone who can 100% play within their system. I just worry about his sustainability on the court defensively. Now the Warriors will never be closing a game with him on the floor. So I think they're totally fine with this.
Well, but let me ask you this. Yeah. Sorry. Because I'm thinking about this, the way you're talking about Pods and the way you're talking about Jaime. He could get on the floor right away for Golden State. He could get on the floor right away for Miami. These are teams obviously with financial concerns. Are there significant high upside guys still on your board in your mind that these teams are bypassing because for them it's about getting the rookie contract that could play right away?
Yeah, Noah Clowney.
I've heard you talk about him.
I have at 19.
You have him at 19. Okay.
Bryce Sensabaugh at 13.
I know you love his offensive game.
Yeah. The thing with Bryce is like He's a bucket getter's bucket getter, and that will keep him in the league for 10 years. But the other side of that coin is Michael Beasley didn't play much defense either. And so
Michael Beasley was in the league for 10 years
and never started for a team that was serious after a couple of those years. So
that's fair.
Bryce is 3 inches shorter than Beasley was. Yes, he's a fantastic bucket getter, but I do think that there's a reason teams are passing on him, especially if he looked unengaged or disinterested in workouts, which I also heard was something about Whitmore. The thing with Whitmore is he's a quiet kid.
Okay.
Whitmore is reserved. And so you shouldn't expect him to be bodacious during workouts or flourishing in terms of conversation. He's very quiet. Not trying to make a Kawhi comparison or anything. But
here it is.
With 19, Whitmore on the board at 20, I'd say there's no shot Houston takes anyone else.
Woj just had the tweet. Cryptically. Strongly considering ending.
He said he wasn't going to do this year. Adrian?
And Whitmore's slide.
Technically.
Decision looming there.
Technically, he didn't say this is he said strongly considering.
I just find it fascinating that usually mocks are get destroyed by the time you actually get to the draft. And look, it's just one mock, and maybe they just did a particularly great job, but I feel like this is commensurate with what I've seen most mocks. On Tankathon's mock, 17 of their first 18 guys that they projected to go in the top 18 are gone, with the one exception being Cam Whitmore, who obviously has a caveat here. The only 2 guys they had lower that have gone already, Pods, who they had at 21, just went at 19, and then Jett Howard, who we talked about already, is a guy that I think everybody was shocked that went much earlier. So everything's seeming to go according to plan, with the exception of the fall of Cam Whitmore, which is now officially over because Houston takes him at 20. I'm sure they're thrilled.
So, Chris, what has not been said about Cam Whitmore that you would like to add now?
He is someone who presents, in my opinion, a legitimate all-star upside, but can also contribute from day one. And so for Houston to get him at number 20 is a double-edged sword. Number 1, holy crap, what a steal. Side number 2, why the hell was he available at 20? These teams know a lot of things that I don't. My big draft reports are like the scribs and scrabs that teams are okay letting loose, they're all their big decisions, all their big intel. No reporters touch any of that stuff because it's a competitive disadvantage for them if other people know. And if the knee is so bad, again, I'll say it again for anyone who's just joining. And I'm not proud to have this scoop, but I've been told it's a potentially degenerative knee for Cam Whitmore. And when the game breaking tool that he has access to is his athleticism, it's a really tough sell, because if not, is Troy Brown Jr. a good outcome for him? Right.
Yeah, but
it's really tough.
But okay. So put that aside for a second. It's the 20th pick, and the guys that are left on the board. I mean, you mentioned Clowney. I know Leonard Miller has a lot of fans. You mentioned Chris Murphy. There are some guys who came into the year as very high, pedigree guys in terms of where they were projected to go. Your Nick Smiths and your Dariq Whiteheads. All of these guys are still on the board. We talked about Sensabaugh. But at this point in the draft, again, I find it interesting that the picks that went immediately before were, and even if you want to throw the Lakers into this bucket, because they're trying to win now too for different reasons. And it doesn't do as much financially, but they have an older LeBron James and they have Anthony Davis. Those teams had reasons for taking the players that they took and passing on Whitmore. And I don't know. And then you have to go back up to 16, 15, 14. At that point, you're talking about maybe enough upside with some of those guys that it justified those picks. I'm just saying, I think the Rockets may be right place, right time. And for them specifically, they have so many young players on their roster that can still hit in a significant way, that if they take this one and this one doesn't hit, it's all right, well, it didn't work out. But like we talked about all the other guys that they have, I think it seems like a perfect marriage, given all of the circumstances at play. That's my, again, not having anywhere near the knowledge or intel that you do. But that's how I see it.
Well, I think the real takeaway here is that we should be up in arms because Leon Rose would have traded up for Cam Whitmore if he was CAA. So, we should.
What is he?
I don't even know. I'm just making a joke that we should be miserable. He might be CAA for all I know.
I mean, Villanova, like that's the connection I made. That it's another Villanova guy.
Oh, actually, Bill Duffy is one of his 2 agents. That's funny. That's RJ's guy.
RJ.
So yeah. Anyway,
we should. Sorry, briefly.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Pod's going to Golden State, and Law Murray. I don't know what his actual name is, but he covers the NBA for the Athletic, specifically the I think the Clippers. Just noted that Pod's going to Golden State makes it even more likely that Dante DiVincenzo will not be back in Golden State,
and that they don't keep Chris Paul after this next year.
Yeah, for sure. But like that, but now like they have, it's very, very obvious that they have guys to take up the minutes that Dante DiVincenzo will be abdicating, and part of the reason that the other reason he's going to move on is they can't pay him. So because they don't have bird rights, so it's not like it's not like their choice that they can't pay him the full mid-level. They're literally not able to under the CBA. So, Ian mentioned DiVincenzo earlier today in a report as someone that has fans within the Knicks organization. Be cool if that happened. I would like Dante DiVincenzo very much.
All right, let's knock out some super chats before the next pick is made.
Juanon, what's going on, Juanon? Shout out to him. He's active in the Substack chat. Robert Randolph said we acquired a first-round pick. What's going on here? The disinformation he puts out for the Knicks is second only to what the CIA does for our government. Thanks for the content, fellas. Robert Randolph, man. Robert Randolph, I think he quote tweeted me a few times today. I don't know if he appreciated the blind squirrel nut comment.
He tweeted earlier today that Knicks Twitter is full of clowns. And it's mostly clowns. There's some good people, but it's mostly clowns that want to see a trade every single day. To which I say,
listen, man,
there is a thing called a mirror.
In all seriousness, Robert, just go on tour again. I'm really struggling without the fine sounds, and
I'll be there.
Just looking. You look in the first row, and you'll see. You know who it is, man. That's going to be there supporting you.
J to the Mac.
Next up.
Andrew's lost it a few times tonight. For various reasons. Josso focused. Patiently waiting. I just thought of the 50 Cent song. For any amount of Knicks news tonight, I'm ready for a new player to love, Chris and John. Also ready for the blockbuster Randall trade, LOL. I feel like I could list like 24 things that could potentially happen this summer, and a blockbuster Julius Randle trade is not going to be on the top 25, but we'll see. Faro Hartenstein is most definitely a top 14 center. See,
what up, Faro? Respect.
We might have to do this list before the end of the night.
Hey, man.
Patreon.
Patreon. Yes,
save it for the summer.
We will.
Yes.
Johnny Caps, what's going on? Long time no here, Johnny. How are you? Why have Knicks fans been so impatient given how well-positioned the team is without an obvious star target this offseason? Also, don't bait Dolan with ads pushing anti-Dolan propaganda followed by Oakley. Different Oakley,
Johnny,
I think.
Johnny. I just realized. Oh, maybe that's the joke he's making. Johnny,
that's the joke.
I'm given a script. I read it, and then I submit. That's all I'll say about that. But thank you, Johnny, as always, for the contribution. And we're caught up on super chats officially.
And I'll just say that I think that's a great point we could talk about for a minute, because like I've struggled with this because like and maybe it's because I have a newsletter to fill every day, and for the last month it's basically, and since the Knicks don't have a pick in the draft, it's like okay, and they don't have free agent money to spend, it's like okay, trade targets, and just kind of going through all these guys and processing the pluses and minuses and like, is it actually crazy to try to trade for Bradley Beal? And is it actually crazy to try to trade for, Karl Anthony Towns? And you go through all of these unpalatable names and, you hem and you haw and you go back and forth about potential pluses and minuses. I completely agree that if you're going to make an earth-shattering trade, it should probably not have to be something that you talk yourself into, especially when the Knicks have as much currency, goodwill, whatever phrase you want to use, after the season that they just had. And I think the biggest thing, and we've kind of like, some people have emphasized this more than others. I personally have not emphasized it nearly enough. You look at the pace that they were on after the Josh Hart acquisition. You factor in the fact that they started off terribly last year, like all of these reasons, and the fact that they're young and they're going to get better and all of this stuff. Like, I completely agree with all of that, but it is, I think, a natural emotion or a natural tendency as a sports fan to like look out into the distance and be like, okay, they're not going to do anything this year. What about next year? Okay, well, what's going to change next year? And then you kind of go on and on and on. And then the reality of the NBA is, when you're kind of a pretender more than a contender, you don't typically get those sorts of runways. And especially now with salaries exploding the way they are and with the constrictions of the new CBA, the notion of keeping together a good but not great team is tough. So I think that's, for me, where the genesis of my constantly trying to at least have these conversations about all of these players has come from. All that being said, I think your point is the correct one, which is like, patience. It's a virtue. That's all. So good stuff, Johnny, and good hearing from you.
Chris, what about you? Your 2 cents.
I think I said that earlier today to people telling me like, Paul George, this and that. Okay. What about anything the Knicks have done over the last 3 seasons and how it's gone for them says to you that that's something that they want to go jump and do? They're succeeding doing what they're doing, and you're mad that they're not doing it your way, and then maybe succeeding less, but at least it's your way. Like, for example, the Knicks need more young players in their rotation and less vets. Okay, let's take out Derrick Rose for Deuce McBride. Wait, not that young player. I wanted Cam Reddish. It's like, what? You said young player. Damn it, we gave you a young player.
Look at you pushing back.
I just think that
feisty.
I think that there are people who care more about being right than the team being good, to which I say that is not their fault. That is a product of the hot take culture we live in and how takes sell nowadays. And if you're right about something and then 3 years later you can get famous on Twitter because of it and parlay it into brand deals and ads and yeah, man, this is the world we live in. But
I don't have any brand deals. Where the fuck am I?
Wait. No, but that's a thing. If I say something on Twitter and it's right in 3 years, I can parlay it into.
Hold on. If anybody out there,
people gambling accounts
give me money
get
for
one parlay
shit
right in a full year, and they blow up when they get the one big parlay right.
Hold on. I just want everybody to know
what you've done for them recently. You get what I'm saying. You get the point.
I do get what you're saying, and we might need to. One at a time, guys. That was multiple people talking at the same time. I'm guilty of it too. I agree with you, Chris, that specifically to what Johnny's referring to, the Knicks fans that are impatient. This may just be that I've curated my timeline to where mostly patient Knicks fans exist. So I actually see a lot of good discourse whenever I go onto Twitter these days. But the conversations we've had, Chris, about Paul George are not they have to, they need to, they're dumb if they don't, blah, blah, blah. It's, what, I could talk myself into it. I understand the risks. Like, the nuance is part of the conversation, which, if the Knicks had gotten Paul George, it would have depended on the package, but I'd have been like, oh, he's a really good basketball player. And if he's healthy, that's a really good pickup and a great fit. If they decided what happened today, that they don't want Paul George and that the risk is not worth it, it's like, oh, I get it. They're in a good spot where you can be picky with the guy that you're eventually going to invest in and go all in for. So I agree. The impatience of it all is not necessary and should not be the focus. And I'm glad that there are more patient and reasonable Knicks fans that can focus on the nuance of it all.
Yeah,
Well
absolutely.
said.
Yeah.
Noah Clowney's going to Brooklyn.
Oh, so we have another
Mhm.
pick. Chris,
We do.
tell us about Noah Clowney.
Noah Clowney, that's a nice pick for a team that has time. I think that he sells or projects as capable of being the perfect kind of four for the five that the modern NBA is bringing upon us, which is Bol in the middle. Sorry, Bol at the bottom, Grant Nelson below him, who's a prospect who returned, who might come out, next year and be pretty darn good. Jett in the middle, Wemby on top. Like this build of big man, this 4-5 skill of a stretch 4, but plays and is the size of a 5. It's really perfect to have a 4 next to those guys that can be weak side rim protectors, and that can just make open threes, that can make the right pass, that can help on defense, that can switch. That's funny.
What I do? What? Oh, that wasn't intentional. Okay, so for those who are listening, I've been putting up the picks throughout the night. I put New Jersey Nets. My apologies. They are not New
I didn't
Jersey
even notice
anymore.
that.
I'm not even changing it.
That's funny, man.
Continue, Chris.
Nobody cares. Those fucking Nets.
Basically, Popper and Newsday had Clowney going 21 to the Nets, so good on him and them. I like this, but I don't know what lens to look through it from. Is this a team that's entering a rebuild? Is this a team that's trying to be competitive now and later? Clowney kind of fits all of these things. He could be on a win now team as the worst guy in the rotation, and be pretty rough to start the year, but I think get to a spot where you're okay playing him 12 minutes a game in the playoffs in his rookie season.
Can I throw something out at you?
Yeah.
So the Nets, by all indications, have no interest in trading Mikal Bridges, right? That's what we've heard.
I was told over a month ago that they were offered Simons and 3 for Mikal and turned it down. That came out today as a report. So
yeah,
good on my source for that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bud.
Well, Zach Lowe, good job by you. And yeah, good job by Zach Lowe, who mentioned his pod. So Mikal Bridges is good. How good is he? I think if you think he has all-star upside, I think that's reasonable.
He's 27.
He's older. So that's the thing. And this is you took my thunder. Like, is Mikal Bridges at the level of player where, like, I think we need to maybe shift our thinking with him. He's on the older side, and he's 3 years away from free agency on a contract that even under the new CBA rules, he's not going to extend off of that contract, because by the time he gets to free agency, he's going to be eligible to sign a deal that even at 140% increase over his current salary, he's not going to sign that contract. So he is, and again, 3 years sounds like a long time in the NBA. It's kind of like a blink of an eye, and I'm just wondering, like, kind of to what you said, like, what are the Nets doing? What is their plan? Because I don't know how
you wouldn't get it. It's just above you. It's intellectually, you just wouldn't understand it.
So, like, I'm going to be very curious to see how they go about the rest of this offseason. If the Dame rumors do start, do they get in the running there? And even whether they get him or don't, like, if they're in the running, that'll obviously show us something. But otherwise, like, the notion that they're going to, like, hang on to Mikal Bridges like grim death, I get it. But at the same time, it's like, at one point, does he start looking around and be like, well, do I want to be here? Well, this team is not really particularly competitive, because that dude's good. Older, but good. That's all. That's the only thing I was gonna add to that. And the Nets have another pick, we should say, which they will use on somebody.
Where are you leaning, Chris, for them at 22?
Well, I'd have to subside to Popper, who had Chris Murray, because he nailed the first pick.
Yeah.
But for me, I think Bryce Sensabaugh should be the pick here. Basically, I think that when you are building from whatever, like, I think Miami should have gone Sensabaugh over Jaquez, just because their issue is not having guys who can create and score. And then it seems like they're comfortable moving off of Hero and bringing in Lillard and making that all work. And go get a guy that can score in Sensabaugh, especially if you're the Heat and you think you can get him in amazing shape and have him defending out there. Like, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. They treated their 18th pick like it was a late first, and went with the win now guy over the high upside, mild project, but who you could play from day one. I think that's odd, but for Sensabaugh to go here then to the Nets would be really good in my opinion. I think that he puts the ball in the hoop at a historic rate just for kids his age. It was the best scorer in college basketball this year over Miller and over all these guys. Like, he was so efficient, and while being contested, everyone knew he was shooting and it just went in. So yeah.
And I'll just add, this is a small forward, about 6'6". He's went to Ohio State. To Chris's point, averaged 23.9 points per game, so about 24 a game, 24-8 on decent efficiency. So,
I made the pick.
Yeah,
so the pick is in, and it's
Popper is not right. He goes 1 for 2. It's not Chris Murray. It is Dariq Whitehead, who, correct me if I'm wrong, entered this year as like a top 5, 6, 7 prospect.
He was the number 1 guy in his high school class.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. And he just went 22nd.
Yeah.
So why did he go 22nd? How bad was he?
2 foot injuries. No, 2 foot injuries.
Okay.
Yeah, he was bad, but he was playing through a 2nd foot injury that he just had surgically cleaned up like a week ago. And so he'll be good to go for the start of his rookie season, hopefully with a fresh slate. This is a guy who, if he hits, my comp for him that is not supposed to be disrespectful, but is interpreted as such because people hate basketball and any name that's not a superstar is bad player. I think he's like a taller Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, which is a damn good player.
I just won a championship.
The
second championship as a starter, I believe.
That's a good player. And with Whitehead, the thing is, like, if he's really good, I could see Dariq Whitehead being one of the guys you look back and be like, wow, if he didn't have that injury, he probably would have gone top 10 and been worth it. He's a 2-way wing that can shoot the piss out of the ball. He can play defense.
Valuable.
He's 6'7". He's really good on defense. And if you trust him to have the ball in his hand coming off a screen and dribble it a time or two and get to the rim, that could be a really great player. The thing is, the rim pressure and rim finishing are both a question mark. Now, the second question mark, tangential question mark, how big of an effect did the double foot injuries have on his willingness to go to the rim? Same thing with Jairus Walker and his injury and only taking 2.2 free throws a game. I made this bet with AJ Griffin before that they were hiding the explosiveness or scared to utilize the explosiveness that kind of led to their injury inadvertently in the first place and played it slow in college so they could get drafted and make it to the league. I wouldn't blame Dariq for doing that. Just wanting to be at Duke, just get the pedigree, get the experience, and make it out healthy. The thing is, he didn't impress much while he was there. I will say, though, I have Dariq on my big board at probably, I want to say, the back end of the teens. Let's see right now.
That's pretty good.
I had him at 17. So this is someone to me who, yeah, I took the foot injury into account when I put him at 17. I think he's like a lottery caliber guy. This is a really good pick for the Nets if these foot injuries do not persist and resurface. I feel like resurface isn't the best word to be using today. Whatever.
My inclination thus far.
Wow, Chris.
What?
It might be a bad time.
John, are you aware of anything that happened this week with the Titanic? Let's just say.
Oh, yeah, there's a submarine that got lost and those people died, right?
Yeah,
all
they
right.
found it. That is what happened. They found the
I was gonna
today.
I was
So
gonna
Chris,
tweet this morning.
Oh no.
Where's the casino where I could bet on the first thing that happened? The people die or the first trade gets made?
Dude, the
we're all going in a handbasket.
we are, but there were odds on like when they would get found or who would get, like, that was a prop.
Oh
I saw they like it imploded or something.
Yes. So the pressure, they the machine was not made, the submarine was not made to withstand the pressure of going to that deep in the Atlantic Ocean, and as a result, it imploded on itself. So
Shams just tweeted that Portland made a "we're keeping Dame" type of draft pick. They took Keegan Murray's twin brother, Chris Murray, at 23 overall. Unlike the submarine, Murray is sturdy and reliable, and he's someone who can go out there and really contribute to a good team. Man, now I'm going to hell. Basically, Murray is someone who, if the shot like is a real thing, he's good from day one. Like, play him in the playoffs from year one. He can do it.
Get there first. They've been there in a few years.
Yeah, that's fair. The thing is, oh no, they have the best point guard in the league. So whatever. Anyway, I just think that pick screams we're keeping Dame Lillard, which is very funny. Is Scoot as a sixth man with the third overall pick their big plan that none of us thought of because it's so dumb? Like, I don't understand what they're doing here. Like,
I don't think they understand what they're doing.
Is the plan to have Scoot back up Dame for a year and like get him reps on a winning team, hopefully, and then trade Dame to Miami next year? Like, what are they doing?
I wonder.
Did they just take Scoot? Did they just take Scoot as a value play because they knew that's who anyone would take at 3 and know that they can trade him after if they find a deal? I have no idea what the idea is from Portland here, but these two picks from them signify a complete difference in philosophy. It's almost like they let different members of the front office on each side, like, each get a pick, you know.
We know what the answer is because Zach and Gavoni were talking about this on their pod this week or last week, that the term that you always hear with Portland, that they say themselves, we're trying to thread the needle, you know, which is like, over the last 2 years, it's basically been like, we're going to serve no masters. And then they get lucky this year and they get this pick. So I don't know. They're as curious of a spot as anywhere in the NBA right now. What I was going to say before briefly is what's fascinating to me, and I don't know what this says about this draft, is to say that all these teams are in love with all these guys and they don't want to give up the chance to get him. Does it say that, like, these guys aren't good enough, the teams are really willing to give up something real to go up, to jump up and get them? But like you said it before, Andrew, there's still just been the 2 trades, right?
Yep, just those 2. We should mention.
I was going to say, funnily enough, speaking of trades, this was Portland's pick that they made because they gave up Josh Hart to New York. Double, funnily enough, I think Chris Murray screamed Obi replacement that Tibbs would like. So, you know, maybe they picked for us in honor of us, as opposed to doing a pick that actually fits what the hell else they have going on. I just think if you draft Scoot, it means you're trading Dame. And if you're trading Dame, it means you don't draft Chris Murray at 23. This makes no sense.
No, I agree. And also, just worth noting, one of the trades was a trade that was not a traditional trade. It was Dallas offloading money because they have other concerns. So really, the only draft where you're talking about somebody like jumping up to get a guy was the OKC Washington one, and that was a one spot switch between 2 teams. So I mean, just talk about, like, I don't remember another draft where there's been this little movement at this point. Because at the very least, usually I feel like we hear about, you know, trades that are being swapped around, like that are, or whatever, picks that are being swapped around later in the draft. We haven't heard anything. There's just nothing.
Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff is just teams realizing that all these trades or options that they thought were going to be out there just aren't better enough to them to shake something up. Hey, Dallas Mavericks active once again, and they're getting my guy. This is a great
Rashawn Holmes
for the Dallas Mavericks. They traded for Rashawn Holmes and the number 24 pick and are taking Olivier Maxence Prosper with that 24th pick. Maxence Prosper was top 40 on draft boards prior to the combine. I bought his combine rise. I had him at number 21 on my final big board. So this is great value for them here. Olivier Maxence Prosper is someone who can go out for Dallas and defend wings He can sit in the corner and hit open threes. And I think most importantly for them, especially given who handles the ball for Dallas, he's a great cutter. He's really smart at using his athletic tools without the ball in his hands. Kings are sending Holmes into the traded player exception created with the OKC trade. We'll see what Sacramento gets back, but
they don't need to get. I mean, okay. So we would assume that this is not. They did not give up they did not pay the 24th pick to salary dump Richaun Holmes.
No,
so I know he's fallen out of favor a bit in Sacramento, but Richaun Holmes is a good player. One would assume now that Holmes will start at center for Dallas because, I mean, there's a lot of moving pieces in Dallas, but like I like Richaun Holmes. I've always liked Richaun Holmes. Richaun Holmes is a good player, and it's kind of gone sideways in Sacramento the last couple of years. The bigger one here, and good job by Keith Smith for pointing this out. Sacramento can get up to over $30 million in cap space with this trade, assuming there's not another player going back. Which again, there is no other player going back. We'll see if there's a pick going back to Sacramento. Otherwise, maybe it is possible they did pay the 24th pick in the draft just to get themselves a bunch more cap space. That would seem to be a steep price to pay when you're talking about Richaun Holmes being the player that's going out because he's a good player.
Chris, you're still on OG Anunoby to Sacramento, right? That's been what you've reported?
That's a thing.
So now this opens up some cap space for them to trade and extend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. They still they can't extend, even if they have all the cap space in the world, they can't extend him on a number that's more than 100. I think the 140% rule goes into effect this summer. That's more than 140% of his previous salary, which OG Anunoby is not going to extend on. I would be shocked if he did, because that's below the number that would be projected for him. But we have a trade. Here we go.
Hey.
The Bucks are getting 36 in a deal with the Orlando Magic.
Great.
Awesome. Yeah, man, the Mavs have had themselves a nice little night.
They have.
I'm still really curious to hear if there's any other component of this trade, or is this just we're salary dumping Richaun Holmes to you? And they're going to want Richaun Holmes. That would be Sacramento would have to be doing something big with that. They would have to have something very definitive in mind with that money. Who does Sacramento want to go and spend $30 million on? Not Fred VanVleet, not with De'Aaron Fox there. Are they? No, they're not I was about to say they're not a Middleton team. And Middleton would be taking a pay cut too.
He's gonna stay.
Yeah, probably. He turned down a $40 million player option, so he's not going to go sign for $30 million to go play in Sacramento. One would not think. I'm trying to think if there's another free agent that. Oh my God, here it is. Draymond.
Simmons has been on this for months.
Draymond to Sacramento?
No, to Dallas. That's what I did wrong.
Yeah,
Draymond's not going to Sacramento.
Is that insane?
Anunoby.
Yes. It's OG Anunoby. Chris
Mutual. The last time.
Dipping on this for months. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I think that. Well, what I was told was it's mutual interest, right? The Kings want Anunoby and to add him to the core of Fox and Sabonis and everyone else, and apparently, OG and his representation like the idea of that for OG. So that's something I'd look into for them. Hey,
hold
Sasser?
on. We still haven't said the 24th pick yet. So Sacramento is taking Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Yes.
And then trading him along with Richaun Holmes to those bums in Dallas.
And now with the 25th pick in the draft, Boston, who gets this pick via the Kristaps deal, is selecting Marcus Sasser, who is, I know, a guard, and that's the extent of my knowledge about him. Oh, wait, hold on. They're not keeping him. They're sending that to Detroit. So Detroit who had 31, is going to end up with Sasser instead of Boston.
Detroit is cooking, I think.
You like Marcus Sasser for Detroit?
He is someone who can run that bench unit for years and years. I basically, yeah. There's Woj. Pistons getting the 25th pick. Basically, Sasser is a 6'2" guard, but I see him as a legitimate 2-way guard. Listen, the sell for him is very similar to my sell when I had Deuce McBride 21 on my board that year. I have Sasser 20. Oh man, I had Sasser 29 on my board this year. And so he couldn't find him at first. He's a 2-way point guard who can shake a little bit, and he's got more offense to him than McBride, less defense. But next to a jumbo initiator, next to players that are bigger that can create, is going to be a hell of a weapon off the ball because of his shooting ability and bring the point of attack defense. Then if he's leading the second unit, he can run the offense. Sounds a little like Emmanuel Quigley.
I was about to say that's the comp I know some Knicks fans I've heard make.
Sounds a little like Emmanuel Quigley. So I don't think Sasser he doesn't have the length or the height that Quigley does. Kind of disqualifies that comparison production-wise from the jump. But again, comparisons are never perfect, and they can be if you acknowledge they're only for specific things. I think Sasser's play style is similar enough to where I'm comfortable saying those are guys I can see playing similarly, because Quigley does play a little smaller than he is. A lot of floaters, shies away from contact at the rim until recently when he's bulked up and gotten in there. But Sasser's good.
Okay. We're like 5 picks away from the end of the first round, right?
Yeah, this was Memphis's pick at first. And then got to Boston. Now it gets to Detroit. So for all the lack of movement at the start, now things are really going and flowing here.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is Leonard Miller is first of all not gone, correct?
No, he's not gone.
He was the guy that I feel like there was a lot of buzz about him the weeks leading up to the draft, and
a lot of draft Twitter people have him in the top 4. They have him in their lottery.
Yeah, so like the fact that he's still on
where do you have him, Chris? Where do you have him?
I had Leonard Miller personally at 16, right outside of the lottery, but in the same tier as Jalen Hood-Schifino, who I had at 15, same tier as Dariq Whitehead, same tier as Bilal Coulibaly, Noah Clowney, Nick Smith Jr., and Olivier Maxence Prosper. These are the guys that I think are really good bets to be high-value role players or some of the worst starters on the floor, but also have a little bit of that upside to be a good starter or, just something of the sort. But will probably be like a good outcome would be the best bench player or the worst starter.
Also, apparently, some financial incentive for the Celtics to trade this pick. They now will get in the range, according to Keith Smith, to use the full $5 million taxpayer mid-level exception. So they should be able to get a good player on that. I mean, Celtics have had themselves a little offseason here. Man, only $91 million in guaranteed salary for for Sacramento. That's per Bobby Marks.
Kind of reminds you of the We Here Knicks. Overachieved with very little salary committed. One of the lowest payrolls in the league. Had the opportunity to go out and get a lot better without sacrificing future draft capital. We'll see what the package looks like if they do go out and acquire a stud wing to replace a Harrison Barnes. My best guess remains OG Anunoby, and that we see Barnes sign for a cheaper deal with some contending team to either come off their bench or play the Kevin Love in Miami role where he's like the worst starter.
I think so Barnes is so interesting to me because like Barnes, I think Barnes is a good player. Should he be starting if you're trying
I like
to,
him.
Win playoff series? Like I don't know about that, but like I think he'll get more than the mid-level, the full non-tax player mid-level. I think he's more than a $12 million guy. I could see some team, I don't know, throwing 3 for 50 at him. That's cheap? Maybe 3 for 60. I don't know. He's not getting more than 3-year deal, but I think he's good, and I'll be curious. But then again, there's not a ton of teams with like that much cap space. If you're a team with cap space, do you really want to spend all of it on Harrison Barnes? Like I don't know. I'll be curious what his market is because I like Harrison Barnes. I think.
I should say too, someone else still on the board that a lot of people had in their lottery. I had him at 20, but Nick Smith Jr. From Arkansas projects in that pool maxi archetype of like, if the floor is tilted, he'll go get a whole lot of buckets for you. But if you overcast him, you'll look really bad really soon. So yeah, the thing with Nick Smith Jr. is I've heard intel that, how do I phrase this nicely?
I think you just got to say it.
There are people who are directly financially incentivized by his success who don't even think he's all that. So when your representation doesn't think you're all that, what are they selling you as? You know, I just, that's a tough situation for Nick to be in. He should have representation that has his back, and I feel bad for him. But that's what's leaked out, is that even his own agency isn't high on it.
That's not what you want. We got some super chats coming in. I think that's the whole Mavs Kings trade, by the way. I think it's just, that's a straight salary dump, man. Kevin Danishevsky with another one. Yo, this has been awesome.
What's up, Kev?
Thank you, Kev. Absolute pleasure tuning everyone else out and listening to you guys. We appreciate that and hope other people share that sentiment. Kudos to Chris here. GMAC. Go get JJ Redick. I haven't even told you this, Andrew.
Am I about to be really mad at you?
You
Probably.
ran into JJ Redick on the street and you didn't ask him to come on the show.
I'm not gonna bother him. No, I was crossing. He lives around the block from me, which I know because the first time I saw him, he went into the bodega by my house, and then literally the next morning I was going for a run, and he was coming out of, I'm assuming it was his where he lives, his apartment, but because he was coming out with like a suitcase and going somewhere. I don't know.
Oh,
what?
Woj.
Working on it, Chris. Go ahead. What just happened?
Wojnarowski just tweeted that the Pacers are keeping number 26 and eyeing a mid-major riser on boards. If I had to guess, that's Ben Shepherd out of Belmont, who I have at number 30 on my big board and identified as a first-round talent here at the end of this draft cycle. 40.5% catch and shoot his last year at Belmont, 49.1% on unguarded catch and shoot shots. And coming off of screens, he also shot 40.5%, which was good for 1.22 points per possession. Just a really effective offensive player and someone who may not have the fluidity in his hips to be a long-term impact defender, but certainly wants it out there. As we talked about earlier, he's going to try. And that's 51% of the battle. That's the only mid-major riser of boards I can think about because he rose up my board.
I hope you're right, because that would be cool. But that also, yay! Good job by you.
Hey, look at Chris.
Good
Ben
job
Shepherd,
by you, Chris.
officially taken by Belmont. Out of Belmont, to the Indiana Pacers at number 26 in the draft. Good job, Chris.
No,
yeah.
Again, that
stinks for the Knicks. Probably, I think he's like after. I know I said Jaime Jaquez is the most Tibbs guy. Shepherd is who I identified as the most Perrin guy out of anyone in this like whole draft.
So can we just? It's not a full reset yet, but we're now at 26 picks in. Charlotte, Utah, Denver, and the Clippers are remaining. Do we see a trade partner, potentially an Obi Toppin destination? John, we'll start with you.
So Charlotte has the 27th pick, which is the next pick up, the 34th pick, the 39th pick, and the 41st pick. Obviously, they selected Brandon Miller. One would assume that Brandon Miller is their starting small forward on opening night, although, who the hell knows? I don't even know what to say about Miles Bridges, but his rights are still with Charlotte. They theoretically could negotiate a new contract with him. But I don't know. I don't think it'd be crazy to think that Charlotte might want to go get Obi Toppin. That's a possibility. And then Utah, 28th pick. They've already made 2 first-round picks. Woj tweeted before that they were going to see who's on the board and wait. And then Man, who brought this up? The idea of Obi going to Denver. Ace, DJ Zulo, brought it up earlier today. Is like not that he could start for Denver, but like a place where he could go and like kind of rehab his value, because like we want to talk about a guy who was born to play with Nikola Jokic. I mean, it's Obi Toppin. So I actually think they're the next 3 picks: Charlotte, Utah, Denver. If you're looking at it as a possible way for the Knicks to grab a first for Obi Toppin, I think all 3 are a possibility.
And then Chris, with the idea of the Knicks getting a pick now, you had just identified Ben Shepherd as a Tibbs guy, or someone specifically who would fit on the Knicks. Who's available that you could eye as someone the Knicks would potentially invest in as a rookie that potentially could see a rotation minutes this year?
Someone who makes sense that I could see Thibodeau arguing for would be Rayon Rupert, who played for the Breakers in the NBL. But I don't see the front office biting. And the reason for that is because he could slot in day one as the backup 4. He did it for the Breakers in their playoff run, which is adult men playing basketball. It's not like, it's not like overtime elite out there where you're like, oh, they're 17 and the Thompson twins are 20. It's like, oh, Brandon Miller had 41 on South Carolina, which is full of whatever. Anyway, so basically you have Rupert, and if he comes along on offense, then he's totally the perfect like 4 that you sit in the corner, or 3 that you sit in the corner and just locks down people out there and passing lanes and all that stuff. I just can't see the front office being super in on him because of his, oh my God, that's so on brand.
So we should announce what he just reacted to. Go ahead, John.
Oh, Nick Smith going to Charlotte at 27.
Nick Smith Jr., point guard. Nick Smith Jr. out of Arkansas.
Yeah,
high pedigree prospect.
I'd say shooting guard. Andrew. And
so tell us about Nick Smith Jr.
A lot of people see him as the top 5 talent in this draft. A lot of people see him as the top 10, top 12 lottery talent in this draft. Personally, I had him at number 20 on my big board because while I see the appeal as a talent, I'm not sure there's an NBA team that has a goal of winning games that can justify playing him a minute next season. He's poor defensively right now to an extent that's concerning, especially when it comes to what that says about the rest of his game and the dedication he'll have towards improving it. I'm not trying to paint some narrative that he doesn't love the game or anything. He just might not be what teams want at first. And he might need time in a G League system or off the bench to really improve in those areas before being able to contribute right away. I hate putting labels on guys before they touch the floor. I'm not trying to say, oh, Smith, early, it's going to be rough, but Charlotte, an environment where maybe he could come off the bench and thrive. Fascinating to see if maybe this spells the end of James Bouknight, who, missed Summer League last year for unreported reasons that I can tell you were character related. That injury, that pinky injury, that broken pinky, let's just say, was not caused by slipping on wet tile or something, that was James Bouknight missed Summer League. James Bouknight missed Summer League last year with a broken finger, and it was, I was told not nice words about why it happened. So
Sensabaugh to Utah, by the way, 28.
Damn, what a steal. They're doing all right for themselves. I think I would have gone Sensabaugh over Nick Smith. I had him 7 spots higher on my big board, but the reason for that is because Sensabaugh, when he comes on the court day one, can score, can contribute, and is stocky enough to hold his own to the extent on the defensive end where he's bad, but it's survivable. With Nick Smith Jr., I've been told that not only is his representation not super high on him themselves, but there's a knee issue with him as well. Similarly with Whitmore, I don't think it's degenerative, but I think knee problems are concerning at an age this young. And so for Smith, it makes a lot of sense that he fell this low. Nick Smith Jr. and Bryce Sensabaugh were the 2 guys coming into this draft that scouts and evaluators said were the most likely to fall to the second round just because of factors that really didn't have much to do with their play. With Sensabaugh, really just not having that defensive bone in him so far. For someone who's 6'6" and 235 pounds, averaging 5 rebounds a game in college doesn't impress me, or 6 rebounds a game in college doesn't impress me. But you're built like what's the company that like protects money? like those trucks, like those really
Brinks.
Brinks. You're built like a Brinks truck out there. You can't get more than 6 rebounds a game against future lawyers and accountants. Like, come on. Anyway, I just think that basically,
I guess you just complimented the Big Ten because it's like you know lawyers and accountants, those are good professions.
Hey man,
So
I like crapping on NCAA basketball the same way people crap on Overtime Elite or other leagues, because they all have their goods and bads, and everyone pretends like the great American college system is the only way to go. It's like, well, the number 1 projected pick next year just committed to G League Ignite, so maybe not.
I think you're in the pocket of the New Zealand Breakers. I think that's what problem. I think that's
well. Remember, they had to take Ayton over Doncic because they didn't know if Doncic could do it against Ole Miss on a Tuesday afternoon. So it's like, I'm kind of sick of that discourse. So that's why I have an agenda. An agenda reveals itself. A Chris agenda reveals itself. But basically, I think that Nick Smith Jr. and Sensabaugh are 2 great picks. I would have taken them in reverse order personally. But Charlotte has seemingly been comfortable over the years betting on guys with character concerns or guys that have not been reported to be addictedly in love with the game of basketball. They'll just bet on the talent and hope it works out. Bridges, Bouknight, guys that aren't known as lunch pail guys or whatever. Like a Jaime Jaquez is known as a lunch pail guy. And there are superstars. Like I wouldn't call Julius Randle a lunch pail guy. That guy's 2-time All-NBA, right? You don't have to be a lunch pail guy to be good. But I think when you're running a multi-million-dollar business, you're more comfortable betting on those kinds of guys. And that's how you see a guy like Jaquez go so early in comparison to guys that are just visibly more talented than him at younger ages.
Well said.
Well done. So we are entering into hour 4. John, we'll talk privately about how long we want to go with this, but I want to read the next couple super chats after we officially reset.
Let's do it.
Biggest news of the draft so far: Scoot going 3, Brandon Miller going 2. The Mavericks have had a decent night. They traded the 10th pick for the 12th pick and offloaded Davis Bertans' salary. They got a guy at 12 that Chris seems to like perfectly for them. What's his name again?
Derek Lively the second.
Derek Lively the second, so good for them. And then with
he'll help them rebounding a lot and then protecting the rim. And then he also has offensive upside. Like maybe in 1 or 2 years, this is not a Mitchell Robinson 3-point shot kind of thing. This is like he knocked down like 20 straight at his pro day, and that guy could legitimately be a 3-point shooter sooner than later, but isn't right now. They don't have to force him to be. He can play that Clint Capella role and then maybe eventually become a Miles Turner where no, teams are not running out to guard him. Turner's only contested on 33% of his 3-point attempts, but teams do respect the shot enough where it spaces the floor just a little bit.
So then you go to number 24 with Dallas, and they had the 24th pick, and they traded it to Sacramento, or vice versa. No,
yeah, Sacramento had it, and they traded
Sacramento
it to
had
Dallas.
The 24th pick, and they traded it to Dallas along with Rashad Holmes. So the traded player exception that was created in the Davis Bertans trade, that Davis Bertans went to OKC. Mavericks used it to get Rashawn Holmes and the 24th pick, which is O.M. Prosper. So they are having a good night, which annoys us, but maybe their pick will convey next year.
God willing, it has to at some point.
And
Denver took Julian.
It sounds how it looks.
Strother. Julian Strother, who is out of Gonzaga. He is seemingly the lowest projected guy to be drafted thus far. But we're now at the range in the draft where we're getting towards the end of the first round, and you could see some of these sorts of things happen.
So before you analyze Strother, Chris, let me read the super chats. Okay.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
They're
sure.
almost all addressed to you. So first, Abdoulaye Diallo, thoughts on Imani Bates, Chris?
Yeah, I would say a good college player at a small college that was really unfairly handled throughout his basketball career thus far. Cover of Slam at the age of 15. I think as media, we need to look inwards about putting expectations on that early, calling him the next KD, because he will not. Spoiler, they're not going to take him at 30. No one is. That is a second round pick, and a late second round flyer. Like like a late second round flyer, maybe undrafted if he wants to pick his own spot. My thoughts on Emoni Bates are that he was done dirty by the world, but that also doesn't mean that his off-court character concerns are anyone else's fault but his own, with the issue he ran into at ECU. And also when you look at the lack of athleticism, a lot of the concerns I talked about with Brandon Miller, with John, about why I don't really buy or project him as like a super awesome star bet. He just is a great, super perfect bet at having a role player / starter that has upside. I think those are even further exacerbated with Bates, who just doesn't have the ability to turn corners or handle or anything at a level that says to you like, oh, okay, he looks like Brandon Ingram. Oh, okay, he looks like Paul George. Oh, okay, even Cam Reddish and guys like Julian Phillips from Tennessee out of this year have those tantalizing 8-second clips where you're like, oh my God, that's a top 10 NBA player if he fills out and if the passing reads improve. Like there's at least a vision to see. Emoni is too slow physically for me to even see that vision. And I couldn't justify using a top 40 pick on him in such a deep draft like this one.
Good stuff. Jeez, Chris. Next up, Adelaide Diallo. Again, Indiana is a mid-major franchise.
That's funny.
No disagreement.
I think the Knicks channel is the right place for that.
Shout out Mike Woodson, though. So,
facts. Up, the Timberwolves are sending the Spurs 2 future second-round picks for the 33rd pick. That seems like a deal the Knicks could have made if they were interested. Maybe there's no one here on the board with Ben Shepherd being gone that they were particularly interested in, but that price point screams that pick was very available.
Let's get a couple more super chats in.
Absolutely. No, go ahead.
I think John's gonna jump off after round 1, and we'll stick around for a bit, Chris. And then if we decide to call it, we'll call it. But all hands will be on deck if the Knicks do end up making a trade, and we'll react to it. But this is also for you, Chris. Trade Obi. This is from Brad Zampar. Trade Obi for pick to get Andre Jackson. Tell us about him.
Andre Jackson is fascinating. He's like, he was on UConn on that winning team, and he was part of the reason why they won games. But man, can he like so not shoot? Like he's one of those non-shooters that like, if you gave me odds right now that he never in his life shoots above 30%, if he's taking at least 2 threes a game, I might take that. Like Josh Hart, you know what it is? He actually profiles a lot like Josh Hart, but a more athletic version. Someone who's
Josh Hart was taking 30th.
That has the playmaking feel. Someone that has the rebounding toughness in them to really go out there and make shit happen, right? Like just find people in the right spots, get those rebounds that break teams from the 3 spot. But Andre Jackson doesn't project to be the shooter Josh Hart is. And that's kind of brutal. So
hold on. Just to clarify what you're saying, because Josh Hart isn't a good shooter.
Not a shooter.
He's going to be worse than Josh Hart shooting wise.
Worse.
Okay. Wow.
So, I mean, the way that John kind of acts like he plays basketball is kind of how it looks. It looks like the shot of someone who doesn't really play basketball. Like, you know, when John's like, oh, I'd get washed off the court. I can't play in a KFS. Like, yeah. Now Jackson, just like John, is 6'6" and jacked, athletic.
That's very true.
And he can go out there and ruffle some feathers. Okay. I can name one guy that plays major playoff minutes that everyone and their mother knows cannot shoot, which is Draymond Green. Who processes the game at such a level and is so good defensively that it's completely justifiable, especially when one of the greatest point guards of all time and the greatest shooter of all time is next to him on the basketball court. Andre Jackson, unless the Warriors, you know, are really looking for the second unit to resemble a starting unit, like they have Kuminga. They're good. They got baby AG over there, so they're good. I stand by my Kuminga at 5 in his draft, by the way. That'll age well for me. Watch. Anyway, he's just being misused. I'm saying it sarcastically, but I'm being so dead serious. Anyway,
time will tell, Chris.
Listen, The thing is that Jackson just struggles to justify being out there on the court unless every play is in transition, in which case he would be a really good NBA player. But in a half court setting, not only does he hamper you spacing wise, but even if the rest of the floor is spaced with plus shooters, they can't drive if he's there. So rough for me to have him really high on my board because I just don't buy the shooting at all. Which is why me personally, I had Jackson at 38. I think he's worth a top 40 pick. I think the top 40 in this draft is really good. I'd take him at the end of it.
Good stuff. All right. So a question for the board, but also an indictment of one Mr. Macri from Guy Huber then. Go ahead, John, read this one.
Level of 1 to 5. How annoyed is John that Obi still hasn't been traded? Good job on the stream, guys. Oh, I'm not annoyed. I don't really care that much. I think
I thought your take in the last week was that you didn't care. Like on the list, you said I'm not going to say verbatim.
Oh,
I'm pretty
want
sure
him. Yeah, I'm sick of the discourse around him. But like,
poor you.
It doesn't mean the Knicks make a bad trade.
I'm going to do my.
I get what you're saying.
I'm going to do my Livia thing and say,
I mean, if I had spent,
Andrew doesn't get that because he hasn't seen The Greatest Show Ever.
Clippers took Kobe Brown at 30. By the way,
I've seen The Wire. What are you talking about?
Kobe Brown. That's Prez's guy. Yeah, Prez.
If I had spent
Missouri.
the last, however many months deep diving into these guys, and I had fallen in love with like 2, 3, 4 of these prospects in this range, and I was like, oh my god, the next guy. I haven't done that. I don't think Obi Toppin is a particularly consequential player for the Knicks at this point. So whether he's here, whether he's not here, doesn't really matter to me that much.
Let's talk. I mean, do we have another super chat before?
We have two more.
Let's get these two and
then
then
in there. Yeah, come on.
And then
Perry Eckhart.
Perry,
thanks,
thank you for the support. I appreciate all of you that are in here, hanging out with us. I thank you.
And then last but not least, this is a Chris question. So I wonder if we ask this and we read this from John, and then we'll bid you adieu, John, and then we'll turn the keys over to Chris.
Sure. Before I do that, thank you, Chris, for doing this.
And, thanks for being here, man.
Have fun the rest of the night. Andrew, as always. And thanks everybody watching. I'm gonna duck out. I will be back if the Knicks actually do something tonight.
Max Lewis keeps slipping. We'll see.
But yeah, Knicks asks thoughts on Jalen Wilson out of KU. Good size, older player, shot creation upside.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Knicks by John. Including the question mark at the end of shot creation upside. That is a huge question mark with Jalen Wilson. I agree he's got good size, and he's an older player, which bodes well for his Knicks chances, but the Knicks, he just doesn't profile. He doesn't seem to me to fit exactly what the Knicks want. Of course, watch they'll trade him for him now or whatever, now that I said that, but I just can't see it because the Knicks like guys that no one thinks are good, but are good, or that people wouldn't care about their team, but they're good, or like they like finding that value, like Ben Shepherd at a Belmont, who ended up rising all the way up to 26. Jalen Wilson, I talked to someone who watched every Kansas game this year, and I really trust their Kansas evaluations, who said he's like the best player I've ever seen. Like Wilson averaged great numbers for Kansas this year, something like 20 points, 8 rebounds, and a couple assists, I want to say. But I just can't tell you what his NBA skill is. And this is a situation where a guy like Jordan Hawkins, who has an elite NBA skill in his shooting, but is not really well-rounded at all anywhere else, can go number 14 overall. And someone like Jalen Wilson, who is, more productive than him this season, can still be on the board at 30 is because there's nothing that seems to translate to the NBA reliably. I had Jalen Wilson number 41 on my big board, right behind James Nagy out of Barcelona. And Wilson's cool, and he's someone who I think should go before the middle of the second, in that 40 to 45 range.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the draft. What has happened since we last checked on the picks is that 29, we did mention this, but we didn't really analyze it. The Denver Nuggets took Julian Strother, shooting guard out of Gonzaga. Chris, tell us about him.
If you watched March Madness, you saw him make maybe the biggest shot of the whole tournament, that huge game winner for Gonzaga that was him. And so
Can I just real quick? They
yeah.
beat which Florida school did they beat? Which South Florida school did they
was
beat?
that FAU they played?
That was FAU they beat. So everything okay? Did you just break everything?
I'll just drop the glass. We're good. It was empty.
Okay, glad it was empty. So my a friend of mine,
The game, I want to say the game winner was BYU, maybe.
No. It was
UCLA.
It was UCLA hit
and
the
Strother hit the dagger, not the game winner. He had the dagger got thing. Yes, UCLA.
Gotcha. Okay. I was referring to the Final Four game where a friend of mine had FAU plus 2,600 that he picked up in the Sweet 16 to win it all. And watching that buzzer beater and that pick was a bit of a dagger. So I don't know how much that matters anymore because Gonzaga didn't. It ended up not mattering, but anyway, I digress. Continue.
Jake Fisher. Celtics are trading down again from 31 to get 34 and 39 from the Hornets.
Good value on them.
Charlotte must have someone they like here. They already have Brandon Miller and Nick Smith Jr. And now they're seemingly going to add someone else at 31. If I were them, I would go with, let me look really quick. I'd go with Colby Jones if I were them. Someone who could really complement LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller well. He can play in between them. Ball, Jones, Miller. Colby Jones did a good job this season at guarding all kinds of players, which is versatility that you like to see. And he's also one of those guys that's like capital J, capital G, just good. So that would be good for them. Here's the pick.
Before you do anything, go. Chris. Julian Strother. Let's close the loop. Okay.
Let's close the loop. You're right.
You're good.
Julian Strother.
Go ahead.
On my big board position, just shooter. Like that's this guy's name of his game is the shooting. This is someone who NBA teams look at and say, hey, Duncan Robinson and Evan Fournier got $18 million a year to just shoot. We can grab someone like this at the end of the first and have him for $3 million a year. We'll do it. And so Jordan Hawkins, the pick for the Pelicans, they see him as having a little more upside. Strother doesn't have that upside. And that's why you saw him go half a round later than Hawkins, despite them both having the same best skill. Also, Hawkins more versatile of a shooter than Strother, but I think there's a reason I'm comparing these two to each other so directly. They're the same kind of mold of prospect, but if Strother is the iPhone 8, Hawkins is like the 10 where they got rid of the home button and it was all new and same company, same purpose, but one really does it better than the other to a non-debatable degree. That doesn't mean Strother's a bad player, and I had him, I want to say like 37 if I had to take a wild guess on my board. Let's take an actual look right now. 39, close enough. I just don't perceive him defensively as having a whole lot going for him. But the Nuggets have such a strong team defensive construct that getting a shooter out there like Strother to come off the bench and just playing good basketball and winning basketball for them is something that they're looking for and could use. So that pick I like for Denver only because they're the NBA champions and they deserve that benefit of the doubt that they're going to make this guy work within their winning team construct. If this were Charlotte's pick over Nick Smith Jr. or Bryce Sensabaugh, I would have been like, so there are guys that you can put the ball in their hands and they can make something happen or score it or pass it and you went with the guy that can just shoot. But no, at 29 for the champions, yeah, you can sell me on this one.
So then we go out further west and talk about the Los Angeles Clippers with the 30th pick. Kobe ends up in LA, but this time he's on the Clippers, and it's Kobe Brown, a power forward out of Missouri. Tell us about him, Chris. Where did you have him on your big board?
Could have gone Kobe B in anyway.
Another Kobe B. There you go.
A Kobe BR vowel.
All right, now we're stretching. BR vowel. Although technically Y depends your alphabet.
Sometimes.
Whether go ahead, Kobe Brown.
He needs to lose 10 pounds. If he does that, I will regret having not had him in my first round.
Don't we all, Chris? Need to
lose about 18. So basically, the thing with Kobe Brown, I had him at 32. So yeah, this is perfect value for LA. He's someone who, especially because they traded Marcus Morris, I can absolutely. Oh no, they wanted to and then didn't. Is that what happened? The Clippers didn't end up as part of that deal.
Wanted to trade Marcus Morris, and then they got to look at Malcolm Brogdon's medicals and pulled out, and then Memphis entered the chat and completed the 3-team trade.
The last time Marcus Morris almost went to a team, but went to a different one, the Knicks turned him into Emmanuel Quickly. Maybe
nice call.
Maybe the Clippers will have some similar or no, actually, it would be the Wizards that would have the fortune here because they got snubbed for it. Whatever. Irregardless, as Peter Griffin would say, basically, Kobe Brown is someone who is 6'8" and can shoot the basketball. You're probably already a little intrigued. He has passing feel. He can make the right plays and find guys, but he's not someone who you're saying, hey, take this ball, go dribble around, and then off the dribble in midair, jump pass to someone. No. But as part of a winning team, being out there in a Marcus Morris kind of role, assuming they still look to move, Mook, I think that's a good pick for them. And yes, Andrew, this is the area of the draft, like as John was just saying, where you can reach up and down the board. That's why I always release a big board and a what would I do mock draft, because I very often go against my own rankings if it's much better for the team's fit. My most infamous example was the heat I caught when a month before the draft, I was like, yeah, I have Chet 1 and I'm going to have Chet 1. But if I'm the Magic, I go with Paolo. And everyone was like, oh, you're hedging. Like, no, they need a go-to guy, like really freaking bad. And I don't think Chet is that. And Paolo can be that right away. Wow. The first player of the night, not on my board, gets selected. Anyway, let's keep going through the picks to 31.
So at 31, it was who?
That was Boston's pick that they moved back from 25 for. They moved back again for 34 and 39 from Charlotte. So the Charlotte Hornets selected at 31, and they took James Nagy, the center out of Barcelona. Prez has a disrespectful comparison for him that is Jericho Sims with upside. I think that it sadly fits in the sense where Nagy can do now what Sims does in year 2, projects to do in year 3, return from injury, and has more upside on top of that. He is 6'11" and just built like he's built. Like that guy is thick out there, man. You are not moving him off you. He's going to stand where he wants to stand on the court. And for rebounding purposes, that's really great for Charlotte. Fascinating now with Mark Williams selected. See, this is weird, Andrew, that they're doing this. James Bouknight at 13, and then Nick Smith this year, and then Mark Williams at 15, and then James Nagy this year. It's like they drafted the backups for the lottery guys they drafted. Odd. But whatever. Way to use 4 first-round picks on 2 positions on the court. I just think that that's not great. But Nagy is really intriguing, and he's someone who maybe all right, here's what's cool about him. If someone's biggest sell is that they picked up basketball late and they have a whole lot of room to grow, just fade the hell out of that draft stock. People are selling themselves on a dream of a dream. But Nagy has upside that presents itself as legit, and he also, after everything I've said about him, picked up basketball at like 14 years old. So it's super possible that he continues to grow at rates unusual for players his age just because of his years in the game. I like the pick for Charlotte given the draft slot. I just think it's odd considering they used draft picks on Nick Richards, the center out of Kentucky, Mark Williams, the center out of Duke. Now they've got James Nagy, the center out of Barcelona. Oh, what's next? Now they're going to get a center from G League Ignite next year and complete like the scouting circle. Like, I don't, what are we doing? But if the plan is to move off Nick Richards and have Nagy be the new backup, love it.
Okay. So at number 32, the Denver Nuggets, the NBA champion Denver Nuggets, took someone named Jalen Pickett, and you do not have him on your board.
I did not, but he is someone I scouted.
Okay.
And Jalen Pickett, just contextually, went to Penn State, 6'4", guard, and I believe he wore number 22 out there. Basically, his sell, most irrelevant information ever. His sell is that when you I'm trying to think of how to put it quickly. I might just give up on that fast. But I think that how do I put this in a way that's like that fits the team context, that fits the okay. I will say that for Jalen Pickett, he's someone who I would have had on my board if it went out to 58. But that he's not someone who I'm sold on to an extent where I'm confident saying, yeah, early second round, that was worth it. I don't mean to discredit him as a prospect. It's just that he was a 5-year college player. And the production increased a lot in his last year back to what it was to his initial production in a worse conference. Good for him for getting into a better conference. He's a New York kid, Rochester. He's smart. Like what I meant to say earlier when I said when you watch him play, he's someone who when you watch him play, you almost like learn about basketball from. You're like, oh, that's the right read there. Cool, Jalen. Like he's really good at doing that kind of stuff. But I've never seen him go around a screen using his physical tools in his life. Penn State's system was very much designed towards hiding that and making him look good in every other way. The same way that I think Jett Howard had his strengths played to like 101% at Michigan because his coach happened to know him and his game really well, being that he was his dad. I think that Penn State did something similar, not that Mr. Pickett coaches the team, but that they just know his game well from having him for 2 years and were really able to custom tailor the offense to where he'd be able to be quite productive in it without a sweat. He's like the Brunson kind of guard where you're like, okay, he's physically small, but he doesn't play like it. It's just like Jalen Brunson will bully through those screens. And I don't know if Pickett has that level of strength. He's a shooter, but he isn't actually a shooter. Like if he's going to last in the league, he needs to be one, but he's not there right now. Explains the second round draft stock. I would see this as a little bit of a reach because of the fact that he's small and he's not a big athlete and he doesn't bring intensity on the defensive end that makes you say like, whoa, ho, this guy is gonna do the thing on that end like all the time. He's just a tricky little small point guard, a little Brunson-esque, but not the same style of play. He has feel for the game. I personally don't buy the shot. I know it's very easy for teams to be like, oh, well, if the shot comes along, then he'll be really good. I've said that for a lot of guys that I have in my early second and late first, but Pickett needs it to the extent where he would be worth the early second if the shot hit. And it's like, oh, not sure that's my favorite bet.
Just want to say you're cooking at the moment, and I am extremely impressed that you have all of this draft knowledge, and we're into the second round. Some housekeeping. The Minnesota Timberwolves took the guy that was mocked in a couple of drafts in the top 20, Leonard Miller out of the G League with the 33rd pick. I will let you break him down in a second. And then the Celtics just apparently don't want to make this pick because they had the 34th pick in the draft. And they took Colby Jones and then traded Colby Jones to the Kings for the 38th pick and a future second rounder. So more on that in a second. Chris, tell us about Leonard Miller. Why did he slip? And is this a big pickup for Minnesota? I'm going to just for visual purposes, I'm trying to make sure the thing is well produced and get all the picks on the board.
Yeah.
So I'm going to spotlight you and let you cook right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Leonard Miller, to me, from Minnesota or for Minnesota, looks like a pick that kind of says, hey, we're not expecting Naz Reid to return this next season. Miller, someone who was really tantalizing to a lot of scouts, pretty tantalizing to me because of how much he picked up over the last year, how much better he got over the last year. It's a really positive indicator that there's more water in that well. But I don't buy his shot too much. I buy other areas of his game enough to have him at 16 where I had him. If you don't buy his shot, this spot makes complete sense for him. And Sam Vecini had Miller at like 11 or 12 on his big board and said he can see why people would have him top 35. It seems like NBA teams agreed with that assessment more than anything that regarded him in the first round. Miller grew about 7 inches in a year and is still kind of like a doe, a baby deer in terms of his long legs and his length. Not that he looks like a deer in the headlights, but that he just kind of wobbles around a little. Maybe not the sturdiest base. I just think that he's really fascinating as a prospect and is someone who brings a lot to the table from day one that makes you confident that you've got a really nice ball of clay on your hands. It's just his status as a ball of clay is why he fell. So yeah, I would say basically I would have taken him 28 if I were Charlotte. Like teams like that can afford it. I would have taken a project like Leonard Miller over a project like Nick Smith Jr. However, I can completely understand him falling this late. I just can't, given some of the guys that went over him, if that makes sense. I didn't think having Leonard Miller over Bilal Coulibaly would age this crazily this early. That's definitely a duo that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on now, because they're kind of similar in terms of the different ways in which you need them to improve, but they play different positions and they have different games. Miller's just fascinating. Like Leonard Miller is almost like a litmus test for how you scout. If you're a show me the tape kind of guy, you hated him last season, and this season you are probably way more interested in him, but are doubtful that his production will translate to the pro level. If you're a more potential kind of guy like I am, you were high on him, but understand. Yeah, how about that? You understand that the production wasn't all that this season. It just shows the growth. It's not like win now production. It was him learning what role he needed to play and playing it well. But I don't think that the role he played for the Ignite is honestly his optimal, an optimal landing spot. So yeah, we have Macri. Oh, okay. Popper and Bondi tweeting right now. Macri retweeted one, so I saw him. I thought it was him. Stephen Bondi saying that a source said the Levine camp isn't interested in dealing with the Knicks, who have a reputation around the league of favoring clients of CAA. Ian Begley reported earlier that there were hurdles to getting Levine to New York. Maybe that's what he was talking about, is what John said. Popper quote tweeted Bondi saying he's heard similar with the Nerlens Noel situation among the issues. But as Bondi points out, Rock Nation doesn't have control of this if the teams want to make a deal. So we will see how that goes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a next week thing, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The 34th pick was the Celtics, and then they took a player and traded him to Sacramento. Although the way that Woj framed it, it's that Sacramento wanted to acquire this player, so they actually traded into the 34th pick, and it's Colby Jones, the guard / forward, so the wing at Xavier. Chris, tell us about him.
Yeah, I did a little earlier, but I kind of did it through a Charlotte context. Love to just talk about Colby in general. In shoes, he's like 6'6", 6'6 and a half, maybe. So, like 6'4 and a half, 6'5 without him. Not exactly wing sized, but similar to Quentin Grimes, he's just good and brings a lot to the table that can help a team from day one. Xavier, not exactly the flashiest school for him to have gone to, but I do have to say, when you look at the production he had there and the players that he produced against when he was playing against good players like a Jordan Hawkins or a Cam Whitmore or an Olivier Maxence Prosper, all in his conference. Yeah, I thought he held up well for himself. Jones is someone that I had in my first round. But I see, I can see athletically why he fell. I know some people whose evaluations I trust that just had concerns about him sticking in the league because of the fact that even though he's a the kind of draft pick you make because he's a bet to stick in the league. He might not have the athleticism or the size or the strength to justify it. I disagree. I had Colby 24 because I think he'll stick in the league. And I think that he's someone who is good. He's someone who is going to make smart plays and winning plays and help you out there, all while doing those on the defensive end as well, not just with the ball in his hands, not just as an offensive connector. I'm not saying he's Desmond Bane, one of those 3-and-D guys. I think Bane had way more creation juice at TCU than Colby showed at Xavier, but Jones is just good. One of those guys that can just play.
And then we go to the 35th pick, which was owned by the Washington Wizards. It was traded to the Chicago Bulls, and the selected player is Julian Phillips, a small forward out of Tennessee. Chris, I'm setting you up, man. Keep going. What can you tell us about him?
Yes, sir. Julian Phillips, number 42 on my big board. So a slight reach here for Chicago. I think it's interesting. They felt the need to trade up for him. If you reach, but you were sitting there, it's one thing. If you trade up to reach, not so sure how I feel about that. Phillips, to me, it kind of fits the Cam Reddish mold of a tantalizing young wing who can handle the ball and looks like one day he'll be mini Paul George, and just honestly doesn't show a lot of the traits that make you want to bet on his development long-term, getting better. As a person, Phillips is awesome. Like, all the intel is really good on Julian Phillips, the human being and the worker. But his game on the court, not super willing to go get dirty in the paint, gets swallowed up by bigger guys, and can't really be visible if he drives in and there's a real rim protector. And someone who's just very much a tools bet, very much a toolsy bet. If I were trying to be a winning team, I would not take him at all. If I were a rebuilding team, I would take him and tell him he's allowed to take if I were trying to be a losing team, I would take him and tell him to also take shots, because if you can develop him into a shot creating wing, which I don't think is out of the question for him, which is why I have him in my top 40, then that's going to age really well for you. But just for me, 8 points a game, 5 rebounds less, 1.5 assists, 1.5 turnovers, good defender, but just on offense concerns me in a lot of ways. Sam Vecini's comp for Phillips was like someone along the Dorian Finney-Smith mold, which that's a really great pick at 35 if you can get him to turn into that. So yeah.
We should say earlier tonight, with maybe like 15 minutes ago, I should say, we got a super chat from one of our outstanding patrons, or super chat contributors, I should say. It's late, so I'm trying to. You're going a 100 miles a minute right now, Chris, and it's impressive. So I'm trying to keep up with you. About 15 minutes ago, someone brought up Andre Jackson as a potential player the Knicks could trade for, as well as far as trading into the draft, potentially an Obi Toppin pick. Well, Andre Jackson is off the board, going to the Milwaukee Bucks at 36. This is a guy who went to UConn, so they won the national title this year, correct? I'm remembering that correctly?
Yeah.
UConn Huskies? Yeah. So This is a national champion that's going to the Bucks. He is a small forward / guard. Chris, how do you like him, since you already talked about him as a prospect? How do you like him in Milwaukee?
I did talk about Andre Jackson as a prospect, but in relation to his fit in Milwaukee, it's just a winning context you want to get him into. If the ball's flying around the court and Milwaukee's playing good, a little more up-tempo basketball under Adrian Griffin, new head coach, I just think that Jackson can really fit in as a project for them that they could develop and bring into, maybe try to be their own homegrown Josh Hart or Josh Okogie, stockier Josh Okogie type of player. Milwaukee took Marjan Beauchamp in the mid-first round last year, and we didn't really see or hear much from him this season. They're comfortable not playing guys much at all if it means that they'll be better off long-term to contribute to the program. This is a Milwaukee taking, I just think, who they think is the best player available on the board. You're seeing guys like Max Lewis who have the offensive game to them, maybe a Perrin target Lewis, probably the only guy left that I could see them moving in for, honestly. Fall past guys like Jackson because Lewis was the number one player on a very losing Pepperdine team. And Jackson was like the third best guy or fourth best guy on a national championship winning UConn team that projects as having athletic tools to help him improve going forward. He's got a great feel for the game. I can't understate his passing enough as my favorite part of his game. I just can't buy the lack of shooting as being a non-problem. So for Milwaukee, they seem comfortable drafting guys like Sam Merrill and these super shooters to have out there off the bench and trading for shooters and like an Ingles and all that. So Jackson could very well fit nicely out there. But for a team like New York that already has so many non-shooters, don't see the fit at all. But between Ingles and Portis off the bench, Jackson fits real nice.
So before we get to our next pick, the Oklahoma City Thunder are on the clock. Let's go to some super chats. We got 4 for you, Chris.
Let's do it.
We go back to Foam Dome.
Foam Dome.
I read it wrong. Shout out to being old. I literally just did that. Foam Do Me. I read 4 syllables when it's clearly Foam Dome. Thank you, Foam Dome. Andre Jackson has elite vision and athleticism and could be lockdown D. Great leader. Want him on NYK. Unfortunately, he will go on MIL instead. Go to Milwaukee. But thank you for the contribution. G. Huber then had a comment earlier about Obi Toppin potentially being traded and how excited we would be. I say this because I'm over it myself. Trade that boy. This is in regards to whether or not the Knicks should, or why haven't they traded Obi Toppin at this point, which I don't think at this point they're going to, at least on draft night, because talk about low value. If Obi's not worth the 37th pick in the draft, you might as well just keep him. Is that a fair assessment, Chris?
Yes.
Sam Garcia's dad. This is for you, Chris. I want you to read it.
Hey, KP, why shouldn't the Knicks want Tristan Vukcevic? That last name is why Andrew had me read this one.
Maybe.
He is the kind of Rokas Jokubatis of this draft in the sense where I could have seen him going top 40 when I didn't think his play necessarily deserved it, because he presents a stash opportunity to teams that don't have the roster spots to hold these young prospects, but want to have them. Here's the problem. The new CBA added a third two-way spot. And so now those stash picks aren't going to be happening as early as they were. We're going to go back to the days of those being at the end of the first round. At the end of the second round, at the end of the draft, or then being undrafted free agent deals agreed to, or I just think Vukcevic, first of all, is a completely different mold of center from what the Knicks have targeted under the Leon Rose, Perrin, Aller, Perry, Klein regime of talent evaluation. Zanin also ×2, and then now just ×1. When it comes to a big that doesn't fit your style, it better be worth it. It better be someone like a Kristaps Porzingis, who's the best stretch 5 in the NBA, who even I didn't think the Knicks should have gone so aggressively after seeing the price for him, maybe. But I just think that Vukcevic is someone who looks really nice when you watch the highlights, but when he has to do it against NBA competition, might not be able to unlock as many of those offensive gifts as he can. And then because he can't, the value has to come from his defense. The value has to come from his switchability or his stellar play and drop coverage. And I don't see Vukcevic exceeding at any of those things early, which is why he would be a stash prospect. Those stash prospects no longer necessary to take in the early second round. If he's available in the late second round, the Knicks can send $1 million to buy a pick and go get him and stash him, have him be the star of Westchester or keep him abroad for a year. They should do that because the values proposition is probably just worth it at that point. But there will probably be other prospects that I like more also available at that point, where I might rather the Knicks take them if I were a Knicks executive or scout. Thank you guys for the super chats. seriously, thank you guys. You guys being here is amazing support. You guys being willing to support the show with the super chats is unbelievable to me. I can't thank you enough. I really appreciate everyone for tuning in and for hanging out with me here tonight on the Chris Persian and Super Bowl, the NBA draft. Fargo Tufo, what is up? Big fan of Dream. So it's really nice to see you here in the draft live stream. Thank you for your support specifically. Chris, you are killing it tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here. UDFA for Summer League, Lundy, Kamara, or Slauson. Also, what about signing and stashing Jalen Clark from UCLA? Out of those three, I would probably say I'm going to take Lundy. Lundy is my favorite for the Knicks of those three. Then Slauson, then Kamara. But Tumani Kamara is A10 made. The wars in the A10 prepared him for these moments. Dayton University, or the University of Dayton, sorry. But basically, yeah, I think that Lundy's the guy there. Just the shooting upside. Just take the guy that you think has an NBA skill and bet on him. Signing and stashing Jalen Clark. By stash, I mean I assume you mean put in Westchester, like deuce him, has become the term. Could have been quickly him, but preseason injuries saved us from that reality. But basically, yeah, I think that would be smart. If he's undrafted, I would take him in the undrafted market and send him to Westchester to just have the ball for a full year and then evaluate where I'm at from there. Great question. And thank you guys for the super chats. We've got another pick in. Look at that. Andrew, you can, if you want, you can announce it. If you don't want, I'll just do it.
Oklahoma City Thunder with the 37th pick took Hunter Tyson, a small forward out of Clemson. Chris, tell us about this young man.
Yeah, Hunter Tyson out of Clemson. He presents himself as someone to me who I didn't have on my board, but if you put him in your second round, like in the middle of it, I'd be like, oh, cool, okay. Or if you put him at the end of your second round, I'd be like, oh, cool, okay. He's a 6'8" wing. I believe he's from North Carolina and then went to Clemson. He was at Clemson for 5 years. He cashed in on that 5th year of NCAA eligibility, and his rise is almost like statistically throughout the years is almost like a function. Every year, add about a rebound or two to his average. That's where he was at. Every year, add about 3 points a game to his average, 4 points a game. That his first year, he averaged not even 2 points a game. His second year, he averaged over 5. His third year, he averaged almost 8, I want to say. Like it was like 7.8. And then his fourth year, which, should have been his last in a regular universe where there's no COVID, he put up like 10 and 5. But this last year at Clemson as a 5th-year player, he put up 15 and 10. And that's a different story. That's a different level of production. However, really tough to see that jump finally come once a guy is playing his 5th year of college basketball and be like, oh, something clicked for him where he now is a different player. And it's much easier to be like, oh, it took him 5 years to figure out how to be as good as some guys that get drafted at 18. That came off harsh. That was rude of me. I am the person. I can't say that because I argued all cycle that older prospects are good and are underrated because of their age. Jaime Jaquez Jr., one of them that I've argued for. Like, I don't believe the don't draft older prospects thing or like you should draft younger. I just think it adds value to someone if they're younger and exhibit certain traits. If they're young and super raw, then maybe you need a win now player. It's up to your team needs. I'm a believer in everything being case by case. I'm a believer in everything being circumstantial. For the Oklahoma City Thunder, a team that has developed wings like Isaiah Joe from being dumpster pile discards from teams like Philadelphia into legitimate top of the NBA 3-point shooters. I like this pick for Oklahoma City, investing in someone older. They really like guys that have feel for the game. And Tyson was a great relocator. He was a great relocator. What he does is shoot. He's a big shooter. He's like 6'8". He's got like a 6'10" wingspan. But I think he looks big enough not to just be a tall 2 or a 3. I can see it being something where, maybe he plays the 4 someday. Andrew, we've got some picks coming in.
We do. The 38th pick was the Sacramento Kings, Jordan Walsh, a small forward out of Arkansas. What do you got, Chris?
This is a kid who I could see going in the first round. I could see going at pick 50. Walsh was super intriguing. Someone who is a really good person, and I think a good character guy to bet on, wanting to improve. He has alopecia and does a lot of charity events for kids with alopecia, and is just really supportive. Like, you want to root for a guy like him the second you find out about him. Oh, and also he's like gigantic and lengthy and 6'7" and will lock down your favorite wing someday. That's just what he does. You stick him on a guy and he doesn't unstick. He's the what's it called? Like crazy glue. He's the crazy glue of this draft. You lay him on a guy and you got to peel it off because it's not coming off easy. The thing with Walsh is that the offensive upside is technically high because he's shown not much of it, but there's a lot of room to grow. I don't know if I'm comfortable projecting him to grow with that room, and that he's someone who will always be known for his defense, but his defense is really good, and that's not a terrible thing. He played at Arkansas where they had Ricky Council IV, Nick Smith Jr., Anthony Black, Trevion Brazil, all types of guys getting more shots up than him. His best role was to just sit in the corner and just shoot the open threes, try to make them, and go out there and defend the best player on the other team. Maybe in a situation where he gets the ball a little more, it'll be different, especially in such a quick moving offense like Sacramento's. 38 is a great spot to get a guy like Jordan Walsh.
Then we got a trade action. I should give a programming note. We're going to stay on until pick 40. If the Knicks are to make a trade in the final 20 picks of this draft, we will jump on emergency mode, especially if the pick is of any magnitude. We're going to jump off after pick 40. So we're at 39 now. Chris, you've been outstanding tonight. I'll make sure you get your flowers before we sign off for the night. But at 39, it was originally the Charlotte Hornets who drafted a player, a power forward out of Washington State. I will get your help in a second. And then traded him to the Atlanta Hawks. So Muhammad, how do you pronounce his last name?
Gaye is what
Gaye. Okay.
That's what I've heard on a broadcast, but unfortunately, because he went to Washington State, the broadcasters may not have cared to ask the SID for pronunciations before the game.
Okay. Muhammad Gaye, what do you got?
So he's from Senegal and he's 6'10". He's been playing basketball for 4 years, and he just got taken 39th in the draft. I think that says something about the upside that he has, but also the fact that he may not be all that right away for the Charlotte Hornets. I view him as a center personally, and so that's fascinating. If they view him as a 4, then sure, maybe space opens up. But they've got JT Thor, and they've got Nick Richards, and they've got PJ Washington, and they've got James Nagy, they've got Mark Williams. I don't see where the minutes open up for him, so he must be a stash prospect for them, someone that they want to send to the G League to start, perhaps. He didn't go through with the draft last year, ended up coming out this year. I think that was a good decision for him. I don't think he would have gone as high last year, even in a weaker draft. He already is good considering he picked up the game 4 years ago, but he just doesn't do a lot of the required NBA modern center things. And so when you look at his natural ability, his growth, his potential growth trajectory, he's like the perfect type of guy to get on a 2-way deal. Maybe that's the kind of contract Charlotte will sign him to. I doubt it. They'll just get him on a deal probably. But you're sending him to the G League. This is a G League pick. This is a pick that they're sending to the G League. This is to keep the coffers full of young talent coming up the pipeline.
And then last but not least, the Los Angeles Lakers take, with the 40th pick in the draft, Maxwell Lewis, a small forward out of Pepperdine, which is also in Los Angeles. So technically it's like along the coast, right? So not, it's like, I know it's got the nicest campus in the country.
Yeah,
and
it's a
has
it's
the
a
nicest, has the
it's a
nicest
real
view in the
Cali
country.
school. Yep.
Yeah. Like picture Bayside High or the OC, whichever the nicest school from your favorite LA centric TV show is. That's probably where Pepperdine is. So wrap it up tonight, Chris. Tell us about Maxwell Lewis.
Max Lewis, the last remaining Walt Perrin prospect on the board, is someone who intrigued the Lakers enough to the point where some reporters and evaluators teamed up to speculate they could be eyeing him with the 17th pick in this draft as a high upside shot. So I totally get them taking him at 40. It's worth noting that the Lakers really went out of their way to get this pick. If you take a look at, some of the prices being paid, like Chicago sent a couple of second rounders to the Wizards to get the 35th pick. With Lewis, you would think that they really wanted him. They sent $4 million to the Pacers to move up from 47 to 40. They really wanted to secure him at this 40 spot. And basically they did it. So that's a win for the Lakers. He's 6'7". The intel that I've heard on him out of coaches from the WCC is that they don't think he's good. They treated him like food this season on the defensive end of the court. And so I'm not surprised that that's what I heard from them. It's just like, who really? You're supposed to be bolstering up your conference and you're saying that the guy's not any good. I still had Max Lewis higher than this on my board, but I will say he took a notable fall from where I had him early in the draft process before I got into the real wealth of this draft, which Wilco said on Draft Class was the 25 to 35 range. I think 20 to 35 is like the real value, even given some of the guys that went in the top 20 and who's then available from 20 to 35, Whitmore and players like that. Max Lewis was 31 on my board. So the first prospect I had outside of a first round grade. And I just think that it makes a lot of sense for the Lakers to take him if they're not expecting LeBron to be around for so long, and they're going to need guys that, can kind of develop into something going forward. However, Max Lewis can really shoot and has size at 6'8". So if they want to park him in the corner and say, hey, we know you're not Trey Murphy, but we need you to be him for like a year before we give you the ball. Maybe they're able to get, some of that production out of him. I really think that Max Lewis has a shot to be good. I do think that this is a fine spot in the draft for him to go. I would have taken him earlier ahead of someone like Gaye, but totally okay that he fell to 40. It makes sense, even though he was one of my favorite prospects in this draft cycle. We have a super chat that I want to read. And Johnny Chiba, thank you, Chris Film School. Great job spitting knowledge. Peace. And I'll say, and love to you, Johnny. I appreciate that a lot. And I appreciate everyone who commented without super chatting. I appreciated everyone who super chatted. I appreciate everyone who sat here with a drink in their hand and didn't comment a thing the whole time. You are seen, you are heard, and you are loved and appreciated as well. Thank you for being here. I have a couple final words, Andrew, on the Knicks not moving in here, if that's all right, before I go listen to Young Thug's new album, available now.
Awesome. And you're welcome, Young Thug, for the free publicity. I'll just sign off from myself. Thank you, everybody, as always, for tuning in. You know what to do. If you are not subscribed, please subscribe. If you haven't liked the video, please like the video. If you're listening on the podcast, 5 stars and a review. I just will echo what everybody is saying in the chat. And on behalf of Knicks Film School, a thank you to Chris for the work you've done with Draft Class yet again this year. You killed it. The Knicks didn't have a pick, and we're 40 picks deep, and you still have a plethora of information to share with everybody. So thank you. Job well done. Take us home, my man.
Thank you, guys. That means a lot. my parents and best friends have been concerned about me the last week because I've been sleeping at 5 a.m. every night or later. And that's just to make sure I have the best analysis possible to give you guys on a night like tonight. So it's a labor of love. I did a lot of work and I'm really proud of it, but I did it all to talk to you guys about it. So thanks for being there and completing the process. Thanks for listening. Thanks for having this conversation with me virtually and tuning in. I can't tell you how much the support means. It's so nice. I would be happy if I put my stuff out there and no one listened just because I love the work, but getting the positive reinforcement that I do from you guys makes it a lot easier. I'll tell you that. It's a lot easier when you don't have to guess if you're doing all right or not. And I'll take you guys at your word that I've been doing all right. I really, really appreciate it. And Andrew didn't say it, and now his Twitter @'s off the screen. But if you're listening, you'll just look up @AndrewJClaudio_. Anyway, he did not shout out his own Twitter and to go follow him because Andrew cares so much about Knicks Film School that stuff doesn't even come to his mind. But go follow Andrew, who is the man behind the scenes and also smart and good enough to be on camera as well. I just really appreciate him for entrusting me with another year of draft class, despite the fact that the Knicks didn't have a pick. And I appreciate the KFS team as a whole for having my back throughout the whole cycle, always retweeting my stuff and giving me feedback, helpful feedback. Thank you guys. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, APJP, for producing draft class. Thanks to Benji, Jeremy, XJ, Mensa, John, Jeremy G, Jeremy C, Harry. You're all amazing. Here's my take on the Knicks not trading into the 2023 NBA draft. The New York Knicks are really the kind of team that has a type and sticks to it. They're not the kind of team that walks into Toys R Us and they're sold out of all Nerf guns. Like not even the Nerf gun they didn't want. Not even the Nerf gun they wanted, like all types of Nerf guns, and goes like, well, I'll just get a water gun. It's kind of the same thing. And like, no, that fills a functionally different purpose. It's for the summertime. There's a place and time to use it, and the Knicks don't have the facility to optimize it. So they're not going to force it on themselves. We saw this every time they've traded back. They're going to play the board. We saw this every time they've traded out. They're going to see, are their guys gone? Okay. They're okay moving out. To me, Ben Shepherd was the last guy on the board at 26 when he got traded that I could see the Knicks trading into the late first for. I could have foreseen a trade to 28 or 32 or 34, one of those picks that ended up being available to go get Ben Shepherd if he lasted. But it's honestly kind of reassuring for me that NBA teams bought him as much as I did, but NBA teams have also been wrong before. So I'll have to hold tight on that. I really like Shepherd, and I really liked him specifically for Walt Perrin and his desire for prospects, his type of prospects. And I really liked him for the New York Knicks. But he was gone at 26 before anyone was expecting. And at that point, it's not like they were trading up. It's not like they had a pick. They would have to have gotten a pick, sent several second rounders like they have in next year's draft to get someone, which is something that I think would be a good value proposition for them. However, the second part of that value proposition panning out is getting someone you actually want with that pick. And so if someone offers you $100 for your bike and says to go, you can only, how about this? If someone offers you $100 Foot Locker gift card for your bike and you need clothes and not sneakers, are you going to go to Foot Locker and get the limited selection of weird Nike basketball tees because you thought $100 was a good price for your bike? Just keep the bike, right? Just keep the thing that you've got right now, even if it's not the most important thing to you. The Knicks, these second round picks aren't the most important things to the Knicks. They can use the bike later, maybe get a gift card for somewhere else, maybe trade the bike straight up for some other thing of value. No, I do not mean to directly analogize players to inanimate objects. That's like my least favorite thing to do. And you guys know that's not my style of coverage. But draft picks are assets that are inanimate and lifeless before they have a name on them. And if the Knicks were going to acquire a draft pick without a name on it, to put a name on it, it's like driving a new car off the lot. It instantly loses a lot of that value because teams don't have the choice anymore. You made the choice. the Knicks would have been keeping the guy they drafted, sending him to Westchester, because once Shepherd was gone, there was no one who could have possibly cracked the rotation this next season. Olivier Maxence Prosper is someone else I thought really could crack the rotation, and he went 10 spots before I thought the Knicks would start considering to trade in. I think the Lakers had a really interesting draft tonight. I think the Rockets had the best value draft tonight, and I think the Mavericks won the night, quote unquote, by landing Olivier Maxence Prosper at 24, and getting Derek Lively 2 spots back, but to dump the Bertans contract. Yes, they did have to take Rashawn Holmes, but they seem to see that as a good thing. So we'll see how that goes. Also, best values, Bryce Sensabaugh at 28, I think is fantastic value. I will avoid Cam Whitmore as a best value because if the medicals are bad, I ignore medicals because I'm not a doctor. So I'm going to evaluate guys with what I can, which is the tape. Whitmore was a top 3 prospect. I'll take it to the grave. And lots of smart people had the same assessment. The thing is, there's a reason he shot down mock drafts recently all the way to the 9th pick. And then Utah ended up passing on him with that 9th pick. And it's because of a birdie told me that there's a real big knee issue there. And that's also a part of the reason why Nick Smith Jr. fell as well. And then my favorite, I'm a sucker for this pick, is Cason Wallace at 10 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. I just think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Cason Wallace, and Jalen Williams is a terrifying 1-2-3 to go against on either end of the court. And those guys can grow into something really fun. That's a trio of guys where you're not worried that there's only one basketball. You just know they're all going to get their game off. They each do something different, and they're all awesome. So, yeah, for the Knicks Film School team, I thank you guys for tuning into our live stream and for watching our Draft Class podcast this draft cycle. One more episode will come out for you guys where I react to the NBA draft, talk about what went down, and talk about, just the Knicks in general, where they go from here, yada, yada. So stay tuned for that. Go to my pinned tweet on my Twitter to see my final big board if you want to match up where guys got taken to where I had them ranked. If you look at one and go, geez, Chris screwed that one up, what was on his mind? Respond that. Say, hey, you screwed this one up. What the hell were you thinking? I'll do my best to explain it and try to rationalize my own evaluations, because I am now really excited to see which ones are wrong, more than which ones are right. When an evaluation is right, I don't learn much from it. I just have my biases confirmed. When an evaluation is wrong, I learn a lot from it. So I don't mean to sound like a participation trophy kind of guy where I'm handing out wins and lessons. But that's the thing with the draft. I'm not employed by a team. I hopefully will not get fired if I whiff on a pick. Andrew, oh my God, Andrew just fired. Anyway, basically, I think that learning and growing is the best part of this all. And I get the next year to do that with you all. Tweet at me with questions, DM me questions. They're open, and go follow the Knicks Film School team and the Knicks Film School account and the social channels all over, and give that podcast a 5-star rating. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.